For a while now, I've wanted to make a video talking about Darth Maul, or simply Maul as he's often called, though I'll probably be referring to him as Darth Maul throughout most of this video, because it's more identifiable, and it's how I've always seen him, even though he has gone by Maul for the majority of his screen time. Anyways, I wanted to make a video talking about him for quite a while, as I said, because he is honestly probably my favourite character in all of Star Wars. Certainly my favourite character that's been massively expanded. He wasn't technically created, of course, but effectively created by the animated shows and not in the core films themselves. Because the Clone Wars, as I will go on to, treats him really well. As for how he treats after the Clone Wars, well, we'll just have to wait and see now, won't you? And, well, why now? Well, because I had time to, but also Shadow Lord is showing up, and I'm very excited for Shadow Lord, and I really hope it'll be good. So, without further ado, to where Maul began. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Part 1, The Death of Darth Maul. We get introduced to Darth Maul as Sidious is talking to Newt Gunray about the escaped Jedi and Queen of Naboo. And then Maul walks up behind Sidious. Sidious introduces him to both us and to the Neimoidians, saying that Maul is Sidious's apprentice and he will track down the Jedi for them. Then the hologram cuts out and the Neimoidians go, oh shit, now there are two of them. Already putting a bit of extra fear in Maul, as his existence is terrifying to the Neimoidians, who, while not the bravest villains, have been the main villains of the film so far. And so putting more fear on them, putting fear onto them through just Maul simply existing shows it primes the viewer to be more terrified of Maul when he does eventually show up and, well, you will kill Jedi. Well, before he kills Jedi, because the time he's killed Jedi, we know he's terrifying. When the Jedi arrive on Tatooine, they sense a disturbance in the Force, which might be about Anakin, probably is, though it could also be about Maul's impending arrival. Again, putting fear out there. There's something wrong with Tatooine. There's evil afoot abound. And while Maul hasn't actually yet arrived, he gets sent off in a later scene. His arrival, this is where he reveals himself. So this is where the darkness is rising. Yet again, Maul has still not said a single word, and they're already priming us to fear Maul, because that is what Maul represents in this film. He represents the dark side rising. He represents fear approaching. And he represents the dark side of the Force. Yeah, that's repetitive. Then we see Maul for the second time. We finally actually hear him speak as he's walking up with Sidious on Coruscant. And Maul says, Tatooine is sparsely populated. If the trace was correct, I can find them quickly, Master. And then, at last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have our revenge. Now, this line, of course, comes in two parts. The first part shows that Maul is competent, or at least he personally believes he's competent. And, well, the film will go on to show, yes, he is that competent. He does track down the Jedi, and he will eventually kill off one of them. So, yes, we see, so this is telling us that Maul is competent, he is powerful, he is good. While, if you're just watching it the first time, you might just think, oh, Maul's just a brute, really. He's an assassin, not a true Sith master of sorts. I think even the EU placed him in that sort of role, not even being a proper Sith, but just a lackey. But no, Maul in the Phantom Menace is primed to be actually a useful, good, powerful Sith. And it's through losing his legs that he's ruined from that perspective, at least from Palpatine's perspective. And well, cutting out Maul, not necessarily Palpatine's smartest play. As, well, Maul's the only one in the entirety of Star Wars, I believe, to force Palpatine to get off his ass and go somewhere. And that is saying something about how competent Maul will eventually be. And this line shows that it's priming us to think of Maul as a powerful being to be feared again, where it's all about establishing who Maul is. And that's where the second line comes in. Maul saying that he will have his revenge, which this line almost goes on to form the core of Darth Maul's character in the Clone Wars, as Maul is, of course, driven by revenge and hatred for Kenobi and the Jedi. That is what drives who Maul is. The eternal hatred of Maul burns so strong that he can literally stop himself from dying. A feat no other Sith is capable of doing. Maul does through pure hatred and a need for revenge. That is built out of this one line. One of the most iconic lines in the prequel trilogy, in my opinion. Fight me. Honestly, it's one of the most iconic lines in Star Wars, at least if you don't count the ones that are repeated a lot, like, may the Force be with you. We next see Maul arrive on Tatooine in his Sith infiltrator, and he sends out a couple probe droids to scan Tatooine and figure out where the Jedi are. Because while he's traced them down to Tatooine is still a planet, and you do need to figure out where he is on there. So he just stands by and waits by his ship, waiting for the probe droids to report back in. And throughout the next few scenes, we do see probe droids a few times. There's one just floating around in the city of Mos Espa. And then there's one background behind Watto and Qui-Gon as Watto's trying to slime out of the deal. This is probably the probe droid that actually identifies the Jedi for Maul. Though I don't think it's ever explicitly shown when he discovered that. These probe droids yet again show that Maul is intelligent. He doesn't just go out smashing down the entirety of Mos Espa looking for the Jedi. No, he calmly waits by his ship and plots his revenge, taking on the Jedi once he has found them, not wasting his efforts in the meantime. Our next scene with Maul himself is a very simple one. One of the probe droids returns to Maul, and he sets out off to find the Naboo ship. And, well, then he goes off. And when he reaches there, it's just as Qui-Gon and Anakin are returning. And Qui-Gon sends Anakin forwards into the ship, and then Maul jumps off of his little speeder and has a short little lightsaber duel with Qui-Gon. And then Qui-Gon escapes. This shows us that Maul is an effective fighter with a lightsaber. It also gives us a nice little tease at what's to come. As his lightsaber is rather long, and looks like it's got a second blade emitter at the bottom of it, as he watches Qui-Gon fly away. And we see Maul quietly fuming as the Jedi escape from him. We next see Maul, again in a very brief scene. I don't even remember if he was actually in this scene, but Sidious sends Maul off to go join up with Nute Gunray on Naboo in preparation for the arrival of the Jedi. Then there's another very short scene that Maul is in the Naboo throne room as he's standing behind Nute Gunray. And Sidious tells Maul to be careful and to let the Jedi make the first move, to which Maul simply responds with, "Yes, my master." Then there's one more scene before his grand finale, as he appears behind Nute Gunray as Nute is telling Sidious about the Gungan army attacking, and then actually a second very small scene, because they're two very brief separate scenes, as Newt Gunray is worried that the Jedi and, well, the other Naboo's people have appeared within the castle grounds, or I think, no, just within the city grounds at that point, as they're looking out a window. And that is the last scene before Maul's grand finale. The greatest lightsaber duel in Star Wars. Well, I call it a scene. It is split across multiple different scenes as it's intercut with the rest of the Battle of Naboo. But let's be honest, the great fight between Maul, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan is a single scene. And it is glorious. And Maul enters the scene behind two big hangar bay doors in the back of the hangar. And all the all the Naboo forces, I guess they're kind of rebels, should scatter and run away as the Jedi move to fight him. But Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan enter fighting poses, and Maul puts his lightsaber out in front of him and ignites one end and then the other, in what is the single coolest lightsaber reveal in all of Star Wars. Probably. I haven't really thought too much about that, but I can't think of any that would beat it out. It is such a great lightsaber reveal. And he also removes his cloak and hood, revealing his horns, showing off, because previously all we'd seen of him was just his tattooed face, and adding the horns just completes his look and makes him look even more evil, menacing. This is a Sith at its prime. He almost feels like what you'd imagine a Darksider is, much more than any of the other Sith in the entirety of Star Wars. Obviously, having watched the original trilogy, you do think more of people like Vader and Palpatine, probably. But Maul, he looks evil. At his core, he looks evil. He's got a horned face, which is devil-like, although I believe also several other cultures have that same horned equals evil imagery. And then red is also often associated with evil and blood, along with the red lightsabers of the Sith. And his entire look just reeks of evilness. And you get the true sense that he is a master of the dark side of the Force, even though we know he's just the apprentice to Palpatine, which goes to show just how powerful Palpatine is if Maul is his apprentice. And yes, this is a video about Maul, and who he is as a character, but Maul's characterization is done so much through visual design, especially in Phantom Menace, much more than it is through dialogue or actions. The simple look of Maul and the small looks and small aspects of what Maul is and does speaks volumes for who he is as a silent but deadly murderer. I've already covered, I think it's all three of his actual dialogue lines in this entire film. And that's all he needed to do. And all the other characterization of him comes through what he looks like, the facial acting of Ray Park, and the few actions he actually does throughout the film. We see him standing menacingly. We get sense of who he is, how others talk about him and fear him. And Maul is a myth, a legend, effectively. Evil made manifest. Then Maul takes on Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon in a 2v1 fight as they come at him, and Maul is backing away because he's being careful. He's letting the Jedi take the first move like Palpatine told him to. Or oops, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil that. As Sidious told him to. Yeah, definitely a spoiler. You no one ever knew that. I didn't say Palpatine earlier. I might have. Anyways, so I said I was going to call him Darth Maul for the rest of this. I'm just calling him Maul, even at the point where he knows my Darth Maul. What do I know about myself, apparently? As I was saying, he is retreating, letting Vegeta take the initiative. He's being careful. Throughout the fight, he is separating Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan from the other, kicking them away, forcing them down, jumping off in one direction. He eventually, of course, takes them to the laser grid, where he properly separates Obi-Wan from Qui-Gon and gets a killing blow. But even before that, he is trying to separate them from each other. Which just shows, again, Maul is not a brute force monster. He is smart, he is calculating, and he knows how to win a fight. He separates the Jedi and cuts them down one at a time. Palpatine has trained him well. When he does get to the ray shielding and they all get cut off, we see how the three of them are reacting. In the back, Obi-Wan is standing there impatiently waiting for the ray shielding to go down. Qui-Gon has taken up meditation, trying to center himself before the fight continues. And Maul is pacing and he bashes his lightsaber against the ray shield, wanting the fight to start, wanting to finally execute the Jedi and get his revenge. When he separated them, knowing he'd be able to kill one if he had them alone for a while, which he does, of course. But he was hoping to actually get that Jedi immediately and not have to wait for longer. And of course, once the ray shielding releases, he then has a brief fight with Qui-Gon as Obi-Wan rushes forward and gets caught by the ray shields. So all Obi-Wan can do is sit there and watch as Maul bashes Qui-Gon's lightsaber out of the way and stabs him in the chest, leaving him to die. I think it's worth noting, given where Maul's characterization goes, that Maul did not commit a killing blow against Qui-Gon, despite the fact that he could have. I'm just going to leave that there. I'll bring it back up when it becomes relevant, because it will. Anyways, then Maul goes back over to the ray shielding area where Obi-Wan is standing there watching. And again, Maul continues to pace as Obi-Wan continues to stand fuming. When the ray shielding again goes down, he beats back Obi-Wan. He gets lightsaber cut in half, but that's not a big deal. He's still able to effectively defeat Obi-Wan, leaving him down in a shaft. And Maul stands at the top, taunting Obi-Wan, who caught himself on a nubbin or a button or something sticking out of the shaft. But then, in Maul's arrogance, believing he has won and just came to play with his toy, Obi-Wan takes advantage of him, cuts him in half, and sends him down the pit. And Maul is dead. Part 2. The Resurrection of Darth Maul. Well, with Maul dead, what else is there to do with the character? But, well, to revive him. And, well, yes, technically, of course, Maul did not die. As I say, his hatred kept him alive. He effectively did. Characters throughout the show even keep referring to him as being dead and coming back to life and being killed. So, yes, he does indeed get revived. And, well, how does he do it? Well, I think it's fairly middle-ish in Season 3, we get introduced to a man named Savage Opress, a fellow Zabrak from the planet Dathomir. And he goes through some shit, which will be talked about in his own video later. When he comes back to his home, he gets sent off by his mother to go find his brother. A brother who looks suspiciously like Darth Maul in the little vision we get. And, well, that's all we get of him until the penultimate episode of Season 4. The episode called Brothers. Which after this most recent rewatch, I think might be the single most underrated episode in the entirety of the Clone Wars. I don't know if that's true. It might not be. I just feel like I never hear anyone talking about it. And, well, following my most recent rewatch, it's really bloody good. Anyways, let's start talking. Because Maul isn't back yet. The episode starts off with several characters, Dooku, Ventress, and Anakin, all sensing the rising power of the dark side of the Force. As Savage is going about his journey looking for his brother. Once again, we are getting the fear of Maul before he is properly introduced and does anything. We are sensing that Maul is coming back, and that is something to fear. Even if you do not know who Maul is, and you watch this episode, you can just tell that shit is about to go down once Maul comes back. And Maul will come back and shit will go down. Savage eventually tracks down Maul using his doohickey that Mother Talzin gave him to a junkyard planet where he encounters a snake. And the snake tells Savage of stories of a horned man who drags things down beneath and they never come back up. Setting up Maul, this mysterious horned man, the brother, as a thing to be feared. He is a legendary monster. As I believe the snake says, that is just a legend. Maul has literally become a legend on this planet. It is a decrepit form that will encounter him in later. He is something to be feared, something that will destroy anything, and everyone fears it. Now, of course, the snake is working for Maul, so that might bias him towards thinking about Maul, but still, I feel like this legend of Maul is true over the past. I don't know how long is it. I want to say it's been about 20 years, but it might have been closer to 10 since he died on Naboo. Maul has become a legend on this junkyard planet, a monster, a creature of the dark that takes people down and destroys them. And when the snake drops Savage into the pit where Maul will be, he says, "You will make a good offering to my master." Maul is a god to these beings, almost. Something you give offerings to. And yes, and then he comes in to have the leftovers of Maul's, whatever Maul would do to them. We don't see what Maul would do, other than we can presume he kills them and eats them. But the way that the snake talks gives me at least the impression that Maul is tearing them to pieces, and the snake is just having like bits and pieces that are left over after he has destroyed them. Once Maul has fallen down into the pit, he stands back up, and in the distance we see a spidery form and hear some scuttling. And as Savage progresses through the cave, Maul's form becomes clearer and clearer. We start seeing the horns. We see the grotesque spidery body he has more. Again, this monstrosity, this creature that is Maul, putting fear into you. Maul is fear. Savage, seeing the horns, or at least when we see the horns, asks the creature, "What have you done with my brother?" Because seeing the horns, but Savage might think that the creature has taken Maul's horns and placed them on him. But also, in a more accurate sense, what has this creature done with Maul? What has Maul become as he became this creature? It's the Obi-Wan perspective on Vader, that the dark side of the Force has killed Maul and turned him into something else, something different. And while I don't like that perspective on Vader himself, outside like Obi-Wan's coping mechanism, for Maul in this state, he's been ground down to nothingness. I'm going to go through his lines down here later, but he's become nothing, and he needs to be built and reborn to become Maul, the Sith Lord, once more. The creature that is Maul locks hands with Savage, and Savage realizes that this creature is Maul. And we get a look at what Maul looks like in this state, and it's not the fairly normal-looking Zabrak that Maul is throughout the rest of the Clone Wars. This Maul has elongated horns, a gaunt face. He is a monster. He is not not human, of course, but a human being anymore. He is something entirely different. He's got a spider legs. His face looks all wrong. His horns are a mess of almost like unkempt hair, but in horn form somehow. And he is just not the Maul he used to be. Maul then retreats over to his fire pit, and he says, "Years and years and years, through victory my chains are broken. The chains are the easy part. It's what goes on in here that's hard." Which is, I believe it's a part of the Sith code, but the years and years and years is Maul's spent years down here, and all he's thinking about is being down here and his hatred, and he's been filled with hatred and loathing for years and years and years. Through victory, his chains are broken. He would break his chains, the chains that have locked on, the chains around him that have hold him down as the Sith Lord Darth Maul would be broken if only he had victory over the Jedi. That chains would have been broken. He would have been free. But of course, the chains are the easy part. It's what goes on in here that's hard. Here, of course, being his mind, where he has been trapped for the last decade. I'm pretty sure it's a decade, actually, yeah. His mind is nothing. His mind is gone. He has no control over himself, really, anymore. He is but a beast. He is no longer Darth Maul. He is a creature in the deep. Always remember I am fear. Always remember I am hunter. Always remember I am filth. Always remember I am nothing. This is again Maul go. This is something that's clearly been drilled into Maul by Sidious. Always remember he is fear. He is something who invokes fear into the hearts of the Jedi. He invoked fear into the Neimoidians of the Trade Federation by simply existing. Always remember he is fear. He is destructive force. He is something people will fear. Even as this episode has shown, 3 separate people and 3 separate groups are already fearing the rise in the dark side of the Force as he is about to return. Because always remember, Maul is fear. Always remember, I am hunter. He is a hunter. He hunts down the Jedi. That is the purpose Sidious created him for. He will exist to hunt down and murder the Jedi. Always remember, he is hunter. He will murder the Jedi. He will murder those in his path. He will find you and he will kill you. It's like he hunted down Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and the Queen in the Phantom Menace. He is a hunter. Always remember, I am filth. because Sidious wants to keep him down, keep him in his place, keep him lesser than Sidious himself. He is filth. He is worthless. He is not necessary. He will be tossed aside when his time is up. Sidious does not want him to be powerful. He does not want him to be useful. He does not want him to be doing things that are not what Sidious demands. Always remember, I am nothing. Because again, Sidious wants him to be nothing. He is nothing without Sidious. Sidious is the mastermind behind it all. You are nothing without me. And again, Sidious has drilled this in. Maul is something the enemy should fear. He can hunt them down and kill them. But he is still a speck. He is nothing compared to the power of the dark side in Sidious. That is what Sidious wants Maul to believe. And those words have been ringing around Maul's head for the past decade. As Sidious' trap is holding Maul down, there's one being in the entire galaxy that Maul himself fears and does not fear Maul, and that is Sidious. That scum, he took them, talking about his legs, from me, he took them, Jedi. Now, of course, we're getting on to the other thing that's been dominating Maul's mind, his hatred for Kenobi, this man who cut him in half. That is what has driven Maul to survive all these years. Hatred, not his fear for Sidious, although that is powerful and kept him down. No, it is his hatred for Kenobi that has kept him alive. Maul shall kill Kenobi. He shall have his revenge. I must not ask for mercy, Master. Mercy is a lie, a delusion of the weak to make themselves strong. I ask not for mercy. And through the filth, through the grief, Jedi, I must have revenge. Again, he is not asking for mercy. This is something Sidious has again drilled into him. There is no mercy. Mercy is for the weak. Mercy is for the useless. Maul had clearly cried out to Sidious, asking for mercy, and Sidious had turned him down. Why? Because there is no mercy for the Sith. You are either strong enough to not need it, or too weak to be worth existing. And that is what Sidious has drilled into Maul. Sidious's lessons drive who Maul is. And what these 10 years of nothing but thinking about what Sidious has impelled into him, and his hatred for Kenobi, and through the grief, Jedi, revenge. I must have revenge. His need for revenge against Kenobi is what drives him, what keeps him alive, what he needs to thrive, what he can do with his life. And that is the last part of Maul in Brothers. But we do have one last scene between Kenobi and Yoda as they once again effectively go, oh shit, I have sensed Maul has returned. Much like Dooku sensing Maul's return, and much like Ventress sensing Maul's return, and much like Anakin sensing Maul's return, it is once again putting the fear of what Maul will be in you. Despite the fact that even by the end of this episode, he is little more than a ranting, mad Spider-Man creature thing in a cave. Maul will destroy. Maul's second episode of The Clone Wars is simply titled Revenge. And well, that is what Maul is after, as this is the episode where he will go after Kenobi. The opening narration specifically comments how despite his memory not being restored, his need for vengeance is stronger than ever, because that is what has driven Maul throughout this decade. Hatred, vengeance, revenge. and combined with Sidious telling him he is weak and nothing, and that circle is all that Maul knows, along with one name, Kenobi. The episode proper opens with more of Maul's ramblings. Far above, we don't know where we'll fall. Far above, for once was great is rendered small. Kenobi. Now, I said rendered small, but I feel like he said red and small. The subtitles on Disney Plus say rendered small. Red and small makes more sense to me. Either way, it effectively means the same thing. Once again, Maul is thinking about his fall down the big pit on Naboo. Far above. That's where he was. We don't know where we'll fall, because he does not know where he'll land upon falling out of the falling in the bottom of the pit. When he'll land, where he'll land, the pit is in his mind. Far above again, where he used to be. What once was great is red and small, or rendered small. Either way, what once was great, what once was the Sith Lord, Darth Maul, is now a small speck at the bottom of a pit. Red and small, or rendered small, made small. Regardless, the point is Maul is now small. Maul is nothing. Maul is no longer Darth Maul, the Sith Lord. He is a beast. And that is how Maul sees himself at this point. Followed up by 3 utterances of Kenobi. Because that is again who and is on Maul's mind. The man who made him red and small is, of course, Kenobi. And that is who is on his mind. That is who he hates. That is who he needs to get his revenge against. Savage then tries to get Maul to leave the ship, which has now been landed on Dathomir, but Maul uses the Force to create closer together, blocking him out. And Savage then describes Kenobi as Maul's obsession to Mother Talzin, because that is what Maul cares about. Maul is focused solely on this one being, Kenobi. There is no other. There's just Kenobi. Mother Talzin then uses her magics to pull Maul out like a moth to a flame, brings him to her altar, and starts pulling the darkness out of Maul's mind, purifying him from all the darkness that has been fueling him and forcing all he can think of into one path. Maul is no longer the beast by the end of this magics. He has returned to the great Darth Maul with newly granted cybernetic legs made from the droids all around him. Maul shall once again be great. He has lost his gaunt look, his horns have gone back to a normal size, and he is once again Darth Maul. His first sane word is brother. Talking to Savage as he grabs him by the chin, showing that Maul has retained some of what Savage has been telling him in his mind-addled state. Maul then says, "My legs, it has been so long, my path has been so dark, darker than I ever dreamed it could be. Of course I survived." Because, once again, his first thought is of his legs. And who cut off his legs? Well, none other than Kenobi. And his path has been darker, far darker than he could ever have dreamed, because only the darkness corrupting him, controlling him, was able to keep him alive. His hatred for Kenobi has fueled this man into becoming a monster. And of course he survived because of the hatred flowing through him. He then runs out of the Night Sister temple and lets out a primal scream of rage. When Savage catches up to him, he says, "My hatred kept my spirit intact, even though as my body was not, and yet I was lost and became a rabid animal. And such is how you found me, brother, discarded, forgotten. I have missed so much. The force feels out of balance." Savage then tells him about Clone Wars, to which Maul says, "Ah, yes, so it began without me. I was apprenticed to the most powerful being in the galaxy once. I was destined to become so much more, but I was robbed of that destiny by the Jedi, by Obi-Wan Kenobi." Yes, when Savage tells him, "We shall have revenge," Maul says, "Yes, we shall start with revenge." Once again, Maul's focus has been planted firmly on his hatred of Kenobi, keeping him alive, and his need to have revenge against Kenobi. He will start with revenge. And then, well, he doesn't say where he'll go from there, but we can only assume that it will not be pleasant for anyone. He also reveals that he knew of the Clone Wars' impending arrival because he knew that Palpatine was setting up for the arrival of the clones to overthrow the Jedi. Maul knew the outline of Sidious's plan, although as will be revealed later, he did not know all of it. He only knew that there would be a clone army given to the Jedi. But how that would be used, he did not know. Clone Wars has begun, and the dark side shall rise. Maul then goes off to get the attention of Kenobi, because he knows how to get the attention of a Jedi. You cause atrocities. Sidious has clearly taught him that the Jedi care about protecting civilians, and so what shall Maul do but put civilians in harm's way? He goes and terrorizes a village, burning it down, destroying it. And in the end, he sends out a communication to Kenobi, and Jedi in general, saying, "Come and get me." When Kenobi does show up on this planet, Kenobi calls him a broken, unbalanced monster. Well, that is not quite who Maul is. That's who Maul was until a few moments ago when Talzin freed him. But now he has a singular focus. He has arguably the most balance he's ever had, as all he cares about is rage and revenge. But also that is sending him off balance, especially within the Force. Maul has become almost a personification of the dark side, even with it having been purified from him. He is hatred. He is revenge. He will get his revenge on Obi-Wan. Kenobi arrives at the city where Maul is terrorizing, finding Maul standing on top of a burning building, calling out to him, and Maul makes it clear that Maul is indeed Maul by bringing up Qui-Gon. And Kenobi realizes that this is not a fake, this is not another false alarm like with Savage. This is the one, the only, Stark Lord of the Sith Maul. Revived and wanting revenge. But as Maul says, "You may have forgotten me, but I will never forget you. You cannot imagine the depths I would go to stay alive, fueled by my singular hatred of you." Once again, reminding us that Maul survived because of his hatred of Kenobi, and now he is out for his revenge. Kenobi says that he has defeated Maul once, he will defeat him again, but Maul only laughs as Savage ambushes Kenobi from behind, and they knock Kenobi out. And then they bring Kenobi over to their ship and tie him up. Because Maul is not out to kill Kenobi, he is out to make Kenobi suffer. As I said about Qui-Gon in the Phantom Menace Perspectives review, let's hold on to this for a little while longer, because I'm going to bring it up in the next arc of Maul's journey in this show. Once we get inside the ship, we see Maul throwing Kenobi around with the Force and physically tossing him around, and he's torturing Kenobi and they're taunting each other. Maul says, "I will make sure you are awake long enough to feel every single cut. Your death will be beyond excruciating. You will suffer as I have suffered." But then Ventress breaks into the ship that they're on, and Maul gets distracted and goes off to handle her with Savage, but she frees Obi-Wan and they manage to escape the fight. But again, they keep taunting, and Maul tells Kenobi, "Your rage has unbalanced you. That is not the Jedi way, is it?" Bring up Qui-Gon as well. But Kenobi and Ventress manage to escape, and Savage, staring at their escape pod on the ship, says, "I have waited so many years, my revenge. I can wait a little longer." Because he is not impatient. Well, not super impatient. He needs to he has a need to kill Kenobi. And if possible, he would like it to be soon, but he does not need it to be now. He has waited years. He can wait a little longer until he has Kenobi in his clutches once again and can make Kenobi suffer. The final episode of his little Maul's Return arc is called Revival. And the narration starts with saying the brothers are murdering and pillaging across the galaxy. And we see Maul and Savage kill some Jedi in the episode intro, making a mock. Then when the episode proper starts, they make a mockery of some security droids. Savage tells Maul that they can work together to win and with money, but Maul tells him that they need a singular vision for the galaxy, which is something we'll go on to learn is another one of Sidious's teachings, effectively, as Sidious himself goes on to use very similar wording in the Son of Dathomir comic. There's a single vision for the galaxy, and that must be what's followed. Again, this will take a bit to manifest, showing how Sidious has ingrained himself into who Maul is and what Maul has become. And Maul tells Savage that Maul is the master and Savage is the apprentice. Always two there are, my brother, a master and an apprentice, and you are my apprentice. Maul then goes to show his light dominance in the lightsaber duel over Savage, showing that Maul sees strength as the primary determiner of importance and power, because again, what has Sidious taught him? That he is filth because he cannot take on Sidious. He is weak, he is nothing because he is not strong enough. That is what Sidious has taught him, and that has infused with who Maul is, a need to prove strength, prove dominance, and to take over the galaxy under his will through force. Maul and Savage then go off to Florum, where they encounter some pirates under the command of one Hondo Onaka. And they recruit some of the pirates over to them, with bribing them with the money they stole from the ship that they were on there, where they had a little spat. And they then go to the planet to try and take on Hondo himself. But Kenobi and Adigalia show up, and then Maul sends off the pirates to deal with the other pirates, while he and Savage go off and take on the two Jedi. Maul taking on Kenobi, and Savage taking on Adigalia. Savage kills Adi, and then they fight off Kenobi to a standstill. However, when Maul sees Kenobi, he says, no, it's too soon. Because Maul realized he needs to take time to build his strength, build his power base. Then they can take on the Jedi. Then they can win. Then they can make the Jedi suffer. Maul could probably kill Kenobi if he wanted to at this point. But he does not want to kill Kenobi. He wants to be able to make Kenobi suffer. And for that, he needs a power base to hold strong while he makes Kenobi suffer. So they fight Kenobi. Kenobi sees a way out, cuts off Savage's arm, and escapes out through the tunnels of the pirate base. And Maul, again, could have gone after Kenobi, but knowing that he would not be able to hold Kenobi and make him suffer, he chooses to protect Savage, and they run off out the building, try and recruit the pirates, but Hondo has turned them back to his side, and they run off and escape on their ship. But Maul loses his leg from a pirate shot, but as he's hobbling along, being carried by the one-armed Savage, he uses the Force to destroy Kenobi's ship as one last scent of anger and hatred, getting back at Kenobi, making Kenobi suffer even just a little bit, needing to be with these pirates for longer, which Kenobi would not appreciate, even if he doesn't hate the pirates. They then go off and escape on their ship, which gets shot down, but they get into the escape pod and fly off into the void. We then cut to Palpatine talking to the Jedi Council, including Kenobi, saying, do not worry about Maul. He doesn't seem to be a threat right now. But then, once the Jedi have left, he stares out the window, and Sidious is showing his face, as he knows that he will have to deal with Savage eventually. And he does not want the Jedi capturing him and revealing Sidious's plan. Maul's next arc within Clone Wars is what I call the Maul-Dalore arc, because he joins up with the Mandalorians in what is the greatest arc, in my opinion, of the first original run of the show. But anyways, that is besides the point. This arc starts with the episode Eminence, and Maul and Savage have been lost in the escape pod after a ship got blown up by pirates. They get saved by the Death Watch, who've come in and noticed their ship wandering around in the void. They come aboard and rescue them. When Maul eventually wakes up, he sees some droids repairing his legs, then looks over at another set of droids repairing Savage's arm. And then Pre Vizsla walks into the room with him, and Maul tells Vizsla that they are brothers, and that they are not working with Dooku. They are the true lords of the Sith, and that their ship was destroyed by Kenobi, and they are looking for power. Maul has already clearly identified that whoever saved them wanted them for a reason, and he's trying to figure out what exactly that reason is, and infiltrate them and take over them so he can use them to his own advantage. They do not want to torture him or make him suffer, because otherwise they would not be repairing his legs or Savage's arms singular. When Maul then goes into Vizsla's main tent away from Savage, he notices Pre Vizsla's helmet and the hand shape mark on it. It's a hand? Not really a hand, it's more just three prongs. I've always seen it more as a hand. I don't know why. But the mark of Clan Vizsla on it. So, showing that Maul is very learned, while the Vizslas... I don't know if the Vizslas were a part of the Mandalorian Wars that Kenobi was a part of in the lead up to Duchess Satine taking over. But regardless, they showed that Maul has learned from, presumably Sidious, of course, about the Mandalorians and their culture, and he's retained that knowledge. He knows everybody, and he's already starting to form a plan to manipulate and take over Mandalore by manipulating the Mandalorians and Pre-Vizsla by promising them what they want. When you point out the mark on Vizsla's helmet, Vizsla entered a monologue about how horrible Satine is, and they show us Maul formulating his plan to take over. He's been rash and ambitious before, but now it's a time to think and to make a proper plan. When he took out on Kenobi originally, he just murdered some civilians and then to drag Kenobi out. When he targeted the pirates, that was a quickly formed plan. Use money, buy men, murder. He didn't get to the murder part so well. But now he is formulating a plan and building his crime empire already in his mind. He knows that the Mandalorians alone will not be able to take over, but he knows what will be able to by making the Vizsla and the Mandalorians out as heroes to Mandalore, which is actually not too dissimilar to another plan. Why, of course, it is Palpatine's plan with the clone army. Make clones out as the heroes as they come in and save the day. And we know that Maul knew about Sidious planning the Clone Wars from previous episodes, so he probably knew that Sidious had some sort of plan to get the clones in. And while the Siege of Mandalore was he didn't know quite how they'd be used to destroy the Jedi. He must have known that they were part of Sidious's plan because he knew the Clone Wars were coming. As he said, they started without him. So he knew that it were coming. And so how do you get an army in place to control? Why? You make them out to be the saviors. He's learned from Sidious. He has learned from his own mistakes. And he will not make them again. Interestingly, Maul says that the will of the Force brought him and Pre-Vizsla and Mandalorians together, which is interesting. Because I cannot think of any other time in the entirety of Star Wars, at least the films and shows, where a dark side user has used the phrase, "it is the will of the Force." Because it's just that the will of the Force is almost antithetical to the dark side. Like, the Darksiders want to break the Force. Now, of course, this could just be Maul manipulating Pre-Vizsla, and in fact, it probably is, even if he does believe it to an extent. It's a very interesting line to me. Don't really have much else to say about that, because I don't know quite what is meant by it. Maul also says that he can help Vizsla and the Mandalorians take over Mandalore, and to which Vizsla says, and then we can take out Kenobi. And, well, Maul has clearly already clocked, although admittedly Pre-Vizsla was not making it very hidden, what Vizsla's primary objective is, and Maul has promised it to him. Take over Mandalore. And then he will use Mandalore and the Mandalorians to take out Kenobi. And Vizsla promises him that. But of course, they're both really lying here. Vizsla certainly plans to betray Maul, although I think that Maul would probably have actually been happy with having Vizsla be his figurehead if Vizsla wouldn't have betrayed him, or been planning to betray him, because by the end of this episode, Maul's already identified that Vizsla will not be a reliable ally in the future. However, Bo-Katan questions Maul's loyalty to the Mandalorians and calls both him and Savage weak. And in response, he uses the force of casually forced choker behind his back as the Mandalorians just point all their guns at him. And he says, doubt will only lead to failure. And he goes on to say, Mandalore will be yours, and Kenobi, this pretender Dooku, and all our enemies will fall. And he drops Bo-Katan from his force choke. He's keeping the focus on Mandalore out front because that is what the Mandalorians want most. He then puts out Kenobi because that's what he wants. And then the pretender Dooku will fall because he does not like that he has been replaced. And he wants to make Dooku suffer for it. And Palpatine suffer for it as well, because Dooku is Maul's replacement. And he cannot directly punish Palpatine because he is not powerful enough to do so. When Maul goes back into the medical tent where Savage is, he tells Savage that the Mandalorians are their allies. But he also tells him that they offer their planet to Maul's cause, and that they have honor, which Savage identifies as a weakness. That Maul confirms that yes, their weakness is they don't know their brother's intentions. Interestingly, when telling Vizsla who he is, he calls himself Maul, not Darth Maul, despite the fact he had previously identified to Vizsla as the true Lord of the Sith, which would imply he would still go by the name Darth. I'm not entirely sure why he did that. There's a few lines of dialogue here in this early part. I feel like I could have just used a bit more tweaking to make them actually flow properly. Season 5, I don't actually know for a fact how much Season 5 was affected by the buyout by Disney, but it does feel it a bit at points like this. If they had more time, they would have put a bit more effort into smoothing this out. But equally, I don't quite remember when this came out relative to Season the buyout, but you'd think they would have already finished it by now, especially when they'd already done a massive amount of work onto Season 6. But it's still a very good arc. Maul then tells Vizsla and the Mandalorians that they need to build an army, and they want to start with the crime lords, who know how to work in the shadows and provide resources to the Mandalorians, to build and fund and organize their armies into one cohesive fighting unit that can work under the nose of the Separatists and the Republic. So they start by going to the Black Sun, who initially refuse to join them. And while Savage ignites his lightsaber and Vizsla points some blasters at the guards, Maul just stands there calmly and patiently, awaiting for the Black Sun leaders to admit that they are right. When it becomes evident they won't, he ducks down and giving Savage a signal to throw his lightsaber and decapitate the heads of the entire Black Sun leadership. Then Maul turns to the lieutenant who took them in here and tells him that he is now the new leader of the Black Sun, and that the choice to join with Maul and the Mandalorians is in his hands. The Black Sun under their wing, Vizsla tells him that they already have enough of an army to take over Mandalore. But Maul says they will need more, and lays the seeds for his strategy, saying that they have no reason to take over Mandalore, and that the depths of this opportunity elude him, which shows what Maul is eventually planning to do here. They can take Mandalore, as in they can launch an attack in and kill off the guards and hold Mandalore for a bit. But they have no reason to make the people believe they are the rightful rulers, and which Maul, of course, will eventually use the Pikes and the Hutt warriors to make a reason, along with the Black Sun. Because Maul wants to get in as much of the crime families as possible early, so that when they launch their attack, they are able to immediately start growing their empire out of the base on Mandalore, which Vizsla is not interested in. Vizsla just wants Mandalore to be his and under his control. And Maul's starting to realize that Vizsla is not the perfect leader of Mandalore that he had hoped he would be. They then go off to Nal Hutta to commune with the Hutts, where Maul once again shows how much he knows about the world by speaking Huttese with the Hutts, with the Hutt Council. Something that not many are able to do. However, again, things start to break down in the negotiations, but Maul once again just stands there calmly, and in control, even as Suki throws a knife at his head, knowing that Savage is going to catch it with the Force. However, once the fighting does start up, he does get involved in the fight this time, as they fall back to the Mandalorian position at the outskirts before pushing back into the Hutt base. And the only time in this little brief fight that Maul loses control is when Suki pounces on him from above, knocking him out, catching him off guard, and he starts haphazardly swinging his lightsaber at her. And once he and the others push back the bounty hunter's ambush, he tells Vizsla to just let them go, because bounty hunters have no loyalty to the Hutts. They work only for money. A lesson he learned with his detour to the pirates. People who are loyal only to money are not worth keeping around. You need people who are loyal to you and loyal to your cause. This also shows that, at least for now, Maul is in charge of this operation once again, as he is telling the leader of the Mandalorians what to do fairly directly. Not even about grand plan, about even the small details. They then go into the Hutt throne room, council room, where there's only one remaining Hutt. They interrogate, and Maul just stands there calmly and in control. And they execute him when he gives them nothing of value. They then go off to Tatooine, where they encounter Jabba, who, quickly realizing that this is not a fight he can win, turns in and bows the head to Crime Lord Maul. And Maul tells Vizsla that the vision has expanded. While Vizsla will rule Mandalore, Maul will rule the crime world beneath it. However, that was almost certainly Maul's plan from the beginning, or at least fairly early on. As he told Savage, they do not know the full extent of our plans, of our goals. The second episode of the Maul the Lore arc is Shades of Reason, and it starts with Maul revealing his plan to everybody to use the gangster army to destabilize Satine's rule, and then have Death Watch come in and capture the gangsters and pretend to be saviors of the city. Once this meeting is over and Maul's laid out his plan, Vizsla is planning to betray him, and Savage points this out to Maul, who already knows that Vizsla is planning to betray them, but he will need to act as the figurehead for now, as they do not have any other options to remain undiscovered. Emphasis on the for now. Maul's plan lets the Death Watch take over Mandalore in what is presented as effectively a single day, if that, a couple hours maybe. And this is something that the Death Watch has been planning on working out for, at the bare minimum, a year. We don't know quite how long the Death Watch have been actively planning to take over Mandalore, but we know they were planning on it in season 2, and it's been about a year, maybe 2 years since then. And Maul comes in, whips up a plan in a few minutes. It takes a couple days to gather his forces, and then executes the plan to take over Mandalore in a single day. Because Maul was trained by Sidious, and he knows how to execute plans and how to take revenge, which is, in a way, what he is doing. It's not his own revenge. He is taking the Death Watch's revenge against Satine and her weak-willed government. And, well, Maul's plan goes perfectly, pretty much. Satine falls and gets captured. By the end, she doesn't even try and resist Death Watch taking her prisoner and throwing her in a cell. Maul then tries to push his luck with Vizsla and try and take over more, while Vizsla only cares about Mandalore. But he gets tossed in prison, and he gets stuck there with Savage for a little while at least. As for why they get tossed in prison, well, as Maul said, the Mandalorians have honor, and Vizsla promised to kill Kenobi for Maul, and he will do so with Maul alive before he kills Maul, is my guess. I don't think it's ever really explained in detail why. I think that theory works out quite well. Anyways, this is a Maul video, not a Vizsla video. And Maul breaks out of that prison because, let's be honest, that prison has negative security in it. As over the course of just this one arc, 2 episodes, I'm pretty sure people break out of that prison 3 separate times. After Maul breaks out of the prison, he realizes, while he's in the prison really, he realizes that Vizsla has given them the perfect opportunity. An opportunity to find a replacement figurehead of Mandalore, which he finds in Prime Minister Almec, with the help of one Duchess Satine, who says he is just as slimy and worthless and treacherous as you are to Maul. Maul once again shows his knowledge of Mandalorian culture as he tells Almec that if he challenges and defeats the leader of the Death Watch, the soldiers will be honor-bound to follow him. And while technically Almec says the final bit is very clearly a part of Maul's plan, and Almec's just going, yeah, that's a good plan. It will work. So then, Maul goes ahead and does just that. Goes and confronts Vizsla in the throne room of Mandalore and challenges one warrior to another in front of his men, and Vizsla cannot refuse the challenge and fights Maul in a really cool fight once again, where Maul is showing off his own skills against Vizsla, proving that he's the better warrior, and he eventually knocks Vizsla down and takes the Darksaber and executes him, saying that he claims this sword and his rightful place as leader of Death Watch. Then, as Bo-Katan tries to deny his ascension to leadership, Maul orders her execution along with the rest of Vizsla's loyalists. I'm calling them Vizsla loyalists, even if that's not a perfectly accurate description of them. Then, after Bo-Katan has escaped, Maul has Almec go to the people of Mandalore and tell them that Vizsla has been executed by Satine and she has been captured, rallying the people behind their new leader, Almec, as the new leader of the Death Watch. Well, sort of leader of the Death Watch, but public leader of the Death Watch, public leader of Mandalore. And Almec tells Maul that the people are behind him, and Maul tells Almec to go rule his people. Well, he says my people, because he's small, saying it. Pronouns can be weird if you use them when they get confusing, and you've got people using the same pronouns in the same sentence. The final Mandalore episode is, of course, Lawless. Lawless opens with Satine being broken out by her family and the Loyalist Death Watch, and they manage to make a communication off to Kenobi, summoning him to Mandalore, telling him that Maul has taken over, before they get captured by Maul, because of course their entire escape was all part of Maul's plan to drag Kenobi to Mandalore. Because once again, Maul is using Kenobi's desire to help the innocent and the others that he cares about, in this case more people he cares about than the innocent, but he's using his desire to help to drag him into conflict so Maul can torture Kenobi. And Maul identifies that as Mandalore is a neutral planet, the Republic will not be able to come in and aid in the capture of Maul. Only Kenobi will be able to do so alone. And Kenobi does break in to Mandalore. He breaks Satine out of the prison again, because that's a very secure prison. This is the 3rd time it's been broken out of. And then he breaks her out. But as Kenobi is just about to escape, I think he even gets into his shuttle, though it might have just be about to before it's blown up, Maul and Savage show up and capture Kenobi. They then drag Kenobi and Satine into the throne room, where Maul tells Kenobi that his noble flaw is a weakness shared between him and his Duchess. And Maul is trying to bring out the anger within Kenobi, make him angry, make him fall, make him give up on his Jedi dealings, much like he did back at the end of Season 4. Bring out the anger within Kenobi so that he will make him suffer, make him fall, make him lose all of his ideals, all of his goodness. Dig into his negative emotions. But Kenobi gets on Maul's nerves too, saying that those who oppose the dark side will be more powerful than Maul will ever be. And that Maul was not born in the dark, he was forced into it by Sidious. Which just enrages Maul even more. Make him want to make Kenobi suffer. As he says, "You think you know me. It was I who languished for years, thinking of nothing but you, nothing but this moment. And now, the perfect tool for my vengeance is in front of us. I never planned on killing you, but I will make you share my pain, Kenobi." As he then forces Satine onto the blade of his lightsaber, killing her, and then dropping her at Kenobi's feet. Once again, showing that Maul hates Kenobi and wants to make him suffer. And he thinks that killing and torturing those Kenobi loves will make Kenobi suffer. And while it does make him sad, Kenobi knows how to move past it. He is a good Jedi. He is not a slave to his attachments. He can move on, and which is something Maul can never do. Maul can never forget the pain he has suffered. Unlike Kenobi, unlike the Jedi. It is Maul's flaw that he cannot forgive and forget at all. He will be consumed by his hatred of Kenobi and his fear of Sidious for the rest of his life. And he assumes that by causing pain to others, they will do the same. They'll be unable to move on. Maul smiles at Kenobi, mourning over the loss of Satine, thinking that he will have broken Kenobi, much like Kenobi broke him. Savage then asks Maul if they should kill him, to which Maul responds, "No," as if it's a stupid idea that they would kill Kenobi. And he says, "Imprison him below. Let him drown in his misery. Take him to his cell to rot." Then, of course, on the way to her cell, she doesn't actually quite make it to the cell this time, so it does look how's the prison being broken out of. Bo-Katan frees Kenobi and they manage to escape out of Mandalore, barely. And on their way, Bo-Katan tells Kenobi, seeing the carnage around them, that Maul must really want him dead. To which Kenobi responds, "You have no idea." And while this could be taken as Kenobi saying that she has no idea how badly Maul wants him dead, I think a more accurate interpretation of Kenobi's response is that she has no idea what Maul wants with him. He does not want to kill Kenobi. Maul wants to make Kenobi suffer endlessly and will not kill him, at least not for a long, long time of suffering. But Maul is of course not able to make Kenobi suffer anymore, for someone else has arrived. Palpatine has gotten off his ass and made him move, because there's one being in the entire galaxy who is a threat to Palpatine, and that is Maul. Anyone else Palpatine can trust in one of his agents to deal with, but Maul he cannot. Maul he must deal with personally. And so Sidious goes to deal with Maul. And as he approaches the throne room, Maul says, "I sense a presence I haven't felt since. Master!" And for the first time in this show, we see Maul show fear. True and proper fear. as he realizes that everything he has built is about to come crashing down around him because Sidious is back. And Maul cannot deal with Sidious. Maul is terrified of Sidious. Sidious has tortured and beaten Maul, turned him into filth and murderer. When he had lost his mind, there were two things on Maul's mind: hatred of Kenobi and fear of Palpatine. And that drove him. And now Palpatine is here. His fear is made manifest. And Maul does not know what to do. So Maul takes a kneel as Sidious enters the room, saying, "I have used your training, Master. I have built all this in hopes of returning to your side." Which is, of course, a complete and utter lie. But Maul is trying to do anything as possible to not be tortured again by Sidious. Trying to get on Sidious's good side, give him anything that he might want, try and get him off Maul's back, not torturing Maul, not being Maul's master once again. No matter what it says, not being Maul's torturer again. Sidious, of course, identifies that Maul is lying to him and trying to be a rival to Sidious, trying to build up his own empire as what Maul said, the true lords of the Sith. Then Sidious engages both Maul and Savage in a 2v1 duel in which, let's be honest, Sidious is often just playing with them. But once again, we see that Maul has learned from Sidious, much like Maul did to Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan back in the Phantom Menace. Sidious is separating Savage and Maul so that he can take them on one at a time, beat them up individually so that they can both go down, down, down. Sidious even stabs Savage in the belly, trying to cause anguish to Maul. Much like Maul stabbed Qui-Gon in the belly, partially to cause anguish to Kenobi, partially to make Qui-Gon suffer. And much like Qui-Gon dies in Obi-Wan's arms, Savage dies in Maul's arms. Though Savage dies a little bit quicker. And as Savage is dying, Maul runs over to him saying, "Brother." For the first time, it looks like Maul actually cares about Savage. As we see the magics leaving Savage's body, Savage tells Maul that Savage is not worthy of Maul. And Maul looks at this as if, no, he is genuinely sad and Savage was worthy of him. And potentially, Maul was not worthy of Savage. Because Savage was a good person, and Maul, in Savage's dying moments, realizes that. And for a brief moment, Maul is potentially taken off the path of the dark side and given a chance to redeem himself. However, then Sidious, standing atop the shrine of Mandalore's greatness, taunts Maul once more, saying, "Remember the first and only reality of the Sith. There can only be two, and you are no longer my apprentice. You have been replaced." Reminding Maul that Sidious is there, his fear is there, and Maul then retreats back into his dark side shell and lashes out at Sidious, launching an attack. The only thing he knows how to do is fight. And while he cannot win, and does not win, it is what he must try to do to survive. But of course, throughout this duel, Sidious is even more just toying with Maul than he was when Savage was also there. And eventually he starts force lightning Maul, to which Maul says, "Mercy, have mercy, please." To which Sidious replies, "There is no mercy." And he continues to torture Maul as this episode ends. I think that this is a good time to have a little roundup of what we know about Maul as a character. And why am I choosing it at this point? Because, well, this is the end of the original run of the Clone Wars, as far as Maul is concerned. The Son of Dathomir comic, I think, was released a couple years later. Then Season 7, I think, was 2020. And, of course, there was his Rebels appearance in, I think, 2015-16 era. I'm not quite sure when he appeared in Rebels. I could be wrong about that. But anyways, this feels like a good time to cut it and take a look at what Maul is and how he's evolved since the Phantom Menace. And as a reminder, the Phantom Menace set him up as a clear threat, someone to be feared for merely existing, and an intelligent Lord of the Sith who embodies the dark side of the Force in many ways. For simple visual design, he looks evil. And he is shown to care about revenge. And as I mentioned, to keep in mind, remember, he stabbed Qui-Gon in the chest, which is not a lethal blow. And while, yes, I did definitely have reasons for plot purposes, wanting to have Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon have one last chat, it also is retroactively used through the Clone Wars as more something they're built on, showing that Maul wants to make people suffer. A chest wound that will eventually kill you will cause suffering and prolonged damage, whereas a simple execution is, well, a kill. And once you're dead, there's no more suffering. But how did the Clone Wars take that? Well, he has come back from the dead, went mad, got his mind cured, became a crime lord, and captured by his former boss. Which, yeah, that's a lot to happen in a very short length of time. A total of 6 episodes all that happened in, and like probably about 2 months in universe. Yeah, Maul did a lot, and the back half of the Clone Wars timeline is completely screwed with. I don't know why they chose to make the first 2 seasons a year each, and then the last 5, 6, a full year, just 1 year total. No idea why they chose to do that. They didn't have to, but they did. It's not really the point here. How has it handled what Maul was core characters traits from the Phantom Menace? Well, Maul showed wrath at several points in the Phantom Menace. He was angry, he was rage embodiment, and that is one of the lesser shown aspects of him in the Clone Wars. He still is wrathful, he still is angry, but he's far more calm and calculated in the Clone Wars, showing that he has learned from his master, which was shown in the Phantom Menace as well, that he was more calm and calculated, but he was always shown to be angry in the Phantom Menace, where he's far less often shown to be angry. It's more his words and his actions that his facial features that show his anger. His hatred, this has been turned up to 11. He was shown in Phantom Menace, of course, to hate the Jedi, but now he's specifically hates Kenobi, and his hatred of Kenobi has been explicitly called out multiple times as the reason Maul survived. He became hatred made manifest almost. That is the core thing that he held on to and twisted the Force to allow him to survive based purely off his hatred. And the Phantom Menace also, of course, showed his need for revenge, which again has been turned from generally to needing revenge against the Jedi to needing revenge against Kenobi specifically, as he constantly tries to wreck Kenobi and make him suffer for what Kenobi did to Maul. Maul, of course, has also been further developed as he became, well, a protagonist doesn't really feel like the right word, but he is kind of the protagonist of some of the episodes. Not the hero, don't get me wrong. The hero and protagonist usually go together, but not in this case. He is the protagonist of at least the 4 episodes in season 5, although arguably also still the final episode of season 4. And of course, he gets beaten in the end. But anyways, how has the show developed him as he became a protagonist in his own right, as well as an antagonist? Well, they've super amplified his desire to cause suffering, which was shown in the Phantom Menace just very briefly, and arguably not at all, with him stabbing Qui-Gon in the chest, has been exemplified into who he is at his core, as he says multiple times that he wants to make Kenobi suffer. He wants to make his enemies suffer. And that he chooses to actively not kill his enemies when he has the opportunity if he can make them suffer. The only person he actively killed was Pre Vizsla, and well, Pre Vizsla never really did anything bad to Maul, so yeah, who really cares? He's also killed some randos, but they really didn't matter to Maul. Kenobi's tried to capture and make suffer many times, even when he had the opportunity to kill him, which is, I think, actually kind of a genius move on behalf of the writers as well, because we know Kenobi cannot die here, because, of course, this is a prequel, or really a mid-thrill to a prequel. So we know that Kenobi will survive, but so they can't have as much tension pulled off of will Kenobi live. But what they can do is add tension to will Kenobi suffer? How much pain will Maul put Kenobi through? And so by making Maul's primary objective the suffering of Kenobi, not the killing of Kenobi, we still have tension in his fights with Kenobi, because Maul can win those and beat Kenobi down. In fact, Maul does consistently beat Kenobi when given the opportunity to. And he captures Kenobi and makes him suffer, showing that Maul is actually a competent and threatening villain, despite the fact that we know he cannot even kill his main opponents. His main opponent, singular. We are also shown how much he fears Sidious. And both in his ramblings in the cave, as he's still mad, talking a lot about all this teaching Sidious has put into him to make him weak and pitiful and suffering, as well as when Sidious does eventually show up and makes about to make a mockery of him, Maul shows fear on his face for the first time in the entire show. Maul shows fear when Sidious shows up. He fears Sidious. But also, he is intelligent, which was, again, also somewhat shown off in the Phantom Menace, as we see him standing around waiting for the droids to do the busy work. But that's, again, something you could argue is more just he's been told to do this, whereas now we're shown Maul forming his own plans, which have, of course, been influenced by how Sidious taught him, and we can see that he's learned from Sidious. As Sam Witwer, the voice actor for Maul, has said, of course Maul's intelligent. He's been trained by the Dark Lord of the Sith to be his apprentice at the time where he arguably needs an intelligent apprentice the most, someone who will work with him, someone who he can use to execute his plans properly and can trust will know what to do if things go a bit more pear-shaped. The Clone Wars has now been expanded on that trait that was not super well shown off in the Phantom Menace, making him the one who creates massive plans, learned from Sidious's plans and learned from Sidious's teachings on how to conduct warfare, how to make the Jedi suffer, how to take over planets, how to take over the galaxy. And, well, of course, this whole section ends with Maul begging for mercy. But what did he say in the cave? Mercy is a lie, a delusion of the weak to think of himself strong. Maul in his madness, knows that there is no mercy. But when he's being tortured and pained, he cries out for mercy, making himself weak. Because he is a weakling, thinking himself strong. It reveals that in the grand scheme of things, Maul is still just a pathetic worm when Sidious shows up and beats the ever-living shit out of him. Now on to the Son of Dathomir comic, which is split into 4 parts, which, as far as I'm aware, have no names for the episodes. So I shall be calling this part 1. This is it's far more action intensive than most of the parts, so there's not really much to go over here. But it opens with Maul being imprisoned by Sidious, and Maul said, "It would have been wise of you to kill me." And when Sidious tells him that he is not letting Maul live out of compassion, Maul responds, "There is purpose in everything in this galaxy and a way to destroy it." Which Sidious says, so I see you have remembered your lessons, my lessons. Showing once again that Maul knows Sidious' lessons. It's worth noting that Maul seems far more confident in his against Sidious now while he's in prison than he was while he was free and wandering the galaxy and Sidious showed up, which is just weird. And one of the things that doesn't quite make sense about this entire comic is it feels like it's trying to say, oh yeah, Maul was all about trying to deal with Sidious during the Clone Wars, which no, he wasn't at all. Like, he was actively not trying to draw the attention of the Republic, which he knew was led by Palpatine and just the Jedi Order to get Obi-Wan. And I'm getting ahead of myself here a bit, but Talzin eventually reveals that their plan was essentially to try and get Sidious to draw out Sidious so that she could kill him, which doesn't make sense with anything Maul did during the first two arcs of the episode of the Clone Wars, or with Talzin's own actions during the first two arcs. Well, not really the first two, but the first arc. Like, when she revives him, she sends him off on his way to have his merry revenge against Kenobi, with no sense of going, yes, now you shall bring Sidious to me. And now, yes, she is trying to gain power during this time period, and in the season 6 Jar Jar arc, she's trying to regain her body and fails there, and she later in this arc tries to regain her body again and gets killed up for it. But it just doesn't add up. Like, why they've just reframed everything as though it is about Sidious from the word go. I feel like this comic is missing like the next few drafts of the script that would have gone into the original arc of a show. Like, I'm again jumping ahead of myself here, but eventually Maul and Kenobi meet in this arc, and Maul is just shown fighting some other Jedi and not fighting Kenobi. Why? Even if they do have to escape and not really interact much, Maul should at least be clashing blades with Kenobi and not two other Jedi that just happen to be there, whilst Dooku tangos with Kenobi and one of the other Jedi. As again, I forget who's fighting who in that fight, but it just feels like they've gone, oh yeah, Maul, yeah, no, you care about Sidious and Sidious alone now. You don't even bother to mention Kenobi. In fact, I don't think Maul even mentions Kenobi once in this entire arc, which is just bizarre. I don't know. Anyways, back to the arc itself. Then Dooku walks in, and he and Sidious leave the prison cell, and we see Maul have anger in his eyes towards Dooku. Then some Mandalorians come in and break Maul out of prison, and Maul says that he has become indifferent to pain, which, I mean, it really feels like that should be a lie. But again, it's never really shown whether he's lying there or not. And like in Lawless, he was in massive pain to Sidious's lightning torture, and it's implied that that is Sidious's favorite method of torture to Maul. So either Maul was not impervious to pain for the majority of his life, right up until Lawless, but now he's suddenly become immune to pain, or he's just lying to them, which I guess he could be trying to save face with the Mandalorians, but it's just, this arc really feels like it needed a second run through. Anyway, they break him out of the prison cell, and he gets given the Darksaber back, and he informs the Mandalorians that war is upon them, and that they shall fight. Then Grievous descends upon the Mandalorian base with a massive droid army, taking out most of the Mandalorians, forcing Maul to escape after he has a brief clash with Grievous, and his droid army overwhelms the Mandalorians, and they escape off to execute this next part of Talzin's plan. Which is also another thing that doesn't quite feel right. His plan isn't his plan in this. It's Talzin's plan, but he's just executing. Whereas in the Clone Wars itself, Maul was always executing his own plans. And whereas this tries to then retcon it to say, oh yeah, he was always working under Talzin. Like, yes, obviously he was working with Talzin. She's his mother. She revived him, and she let him go. But let him go. I don't know. I've become a lot less of a fan of the Son of Dathomir comic after doing this reread, because it just doesn't quite add up. It's kind of thing that if they just gave it 2 or 3 more drafts, I feel like they could definitely have tightened it up, made it fit more with Maul's character, and flow a hell of a lot better. But as it is, it just doesn't quite work, in my opinion. Anyway, more on that in part 2. Son of Dathomir, part 2. While escaping from Grievous's attack, Maul contacts Mother Talzin, and she appears magically through his chest, which is a completely new power that we had no idea he had and he never used before, or after. Admittedly, Talzin dies at the end of this, but still. It's another instance of the Son of Dathomir comics just kind of implying things have existed when they hadn't. There's no specialness shown in this. Just like, wasn't going, oh no, I'm in trouble. I know, I shall contact Mother Talzin in the way that I do. And he hasn't had direct contact with her since the Mandalore arc. So where did he find out this was a thing he could do? Or did he just always know this was a thing he could do? Because Talzin never told him he could do it. It's just, as I say, like, the Son of Dathomir arc just feels like a first draft that doesn't quite line up. Like, they wanted to have Maul able to contact Talzin, but they hadn't established how he can do it, so yeah, he just can. Anyways, this isn't really a video about the problems with the Son of Dathomir arc, though there are problems with it. Anyway, moving on. He's contacting her, asking for advice, and he reveals while talking to Talzin that he has done as she wished. The power he amassed lured her enemy Sidious, which is technically true. The power he amassed did indeed lure out Sidious. However, that was very much not Maul's objective. During the Mandalore arc, we saw Maul very plainly be scared shitless when he saw Palpatine had shown up, and did not do well there at all. He was seemingly completely unprepared for the arrival of Sidious, and this is now just saying, oh yeah, no, he totally planned on having Sidious show up, which, no, why? I know I just said this isn't a video talking about how stupid the Son of Dathomir comic is, but, like, what am I supposed to do when they have him directly contradict his prior characterization? Not just his characterization, what we literally saw him do and say in the Mandalore arc. He was blatantly not wanting Sidious to be there and not prepared for Sidious's arrival. Yes, he lured out Sidious, but that was not his objective. He specifically said that he was trying to lie low, not draw the attention. And now apparently drawing the attention of Sidious was his objective. It just does not add up. Maybe this should be part of a desecration part of the video, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand how they could fuck it up this badly. This isn't a minor feat. Like, this is the whole point of this arc, is basically formed around this concept that Maul and Talzin are plotting to bring out Sidious to kill him. When that isn't established in the prior Maul episodes. It isn't established really in Talzin's episodes either, from what I recall. Although I didn't rewatch those recently. But as I recall, I don't remember. I mean, she does talk about how she worked for Sidious once, I'm pretty sure, when she hands Savage over to Dooku. But I think that's the only time that she even mentions Sidious at all in the Clone Wars. And now suddenly, oh yes, I'm working to bring down Sidious from the word go. Like, what? She seems so hyper-focused on Sidious. It would make so much more sense if this arc was framed more... Now that Sidious has captured Maul, Maul wants his revenge against him. He wants to make Sidious suffer. He's now refocused on Sidious a bit after what Sidious has just done to him. But that's not how it's framed. And it's framed as if it was always their plan, when that's just not what it was. I know I'm repeating myself here, but seriously, you just genuinely don't understand who Maul is when writing this. Or, hell, not even just who Maul is. If you watch Lawless and see how Maul reacts to seeing Sidious, and you read this bit of a comic where Maul says confidently that he has lured out Sidious, those two Mauls are not the same character. I just don't understand. Also, Maul never mentions in this that his brother, Talzin's son, has died at the hands of Sidious. Why? Oh. But yeah, you'd think that Savage should be mentioned here. Sidious killing Savage should be part of what drives Maul to want to kill Sidious more. Make Maul hate Sidious. But no, Savage literally never gets mentioned in this entire arc. There are some Mandalorians dressed in yellow armor, which we never see outside of this, which are referencing him a bit. But there's also some orange ones, which I think there's more. They just wanted to have a bit of variety in the background Mandalorians. And the only time Maul's brother is mentioned in the entire arc is in the opening crawl thing at the start of the first comic, which is basically just doing a very brief run through of Lawless. So, how? There is setup for Maul to have a reason to go after Sidious in the Clone Wars, but they just choose not to use it and instead fabricate a reason that actively does not make sense. This sort of problem that will plague him in Rebels is a complete misunderstanding of the character of Maul that has been created in those first 6 episodes of the Clone Wars. And I just don't understand. Whatever. I will have more complaining to do when we reach Rebels, and especially when we reach Twin Suns. Because, oh yes, Twin Suns deserves it. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. The son of Dathomir. Maul, after talking with Talzin, goes off to Ord Mantell to prepare an ambush against Dooku and Grievous, which goes quite well, actually. He tricks them into thinking Talzin is among them, as some Night Brothers have arrived on a ship from Dathomir, and they ambush Dooku and are able to hold him back long enough, while Maul himself goes after the droid control ship with Grievous. And the Mandalorians, I think there's some Pikes there, and certainly some Black Sun members, all take out the majority of the army. Well, I say take out, I'm pretty sure they were losing until Maul came in and took out the droid control ship with Grievous. But they do win in the end. And the episode ends with Maul telling Talzin that they have succeeded in capturing Sidious's generals. Son of Dathomir Part 3 opens with Maul taunting Sidious with the captured Dooku and Grievous, and he says his demands are Talzin's demands, and that Sidious threw both Maul and Talzin away. Which, I mean, the throwing them both away part is true, as far as we can tell. He threw Talzin away. That doesn't contradict anything, but Maul's demands being Talzin's demands? Again, this is now... We've degraded Maul's position. his arcs in the Clone Wars were about him taking power, him going from the second in command, the apprentice, to the Lord of the Sith, the true Lord of the Sith, him being the one in charge, him taking the power for himself. And now we've reverted his character to his Phantom Menace state, where he was just a second in command. It's not. He's been reverted because he's suffered. It's implied that he's always been there. It's like, oh yeah, but the Clone Wars, where he's looked to be completely in charge of own power? Yeah, no, that didn't happen. Why would you think that? Just because we told you and showed you that? Don't be ridiculous. Yeah, whatever. Anyways. But, of course, Sidious just tells Maul to kill them both being Grievous and Dooku, which might also have even been part of Maul's plan, because Maul's trying to get Dooku to turn to help him so that Maul can just get him to Talzin safely and securely, so that he can use him to become Talzin's new body, or something along those lines. It's not entirely clear what the end goal was. Certainly draining Dooku's life force was part of it. But yes, Maul wants Dooku... Actually, no, it doesn't even really make sense why he wants Dooku on his side. Like... Yeah. I'm having this realization right now that if Maul had just, as soon as he captured Dooku and Grievous, flown off to Dathomir, given Dooku over to Talzin so she could reform her body, then I guess they wouldn't have dragged Sidious over to Dathomir as likely. But, I mean, Sidious might still have gone there, and then regardless, Talzin would have been able to reform her body properly, so she'd actually have her form and be capable of doing a proper fight. And she's shown to be able to hold her own against Dooku and Sidious in a 2v1. So if you have them doing that while Maul's then coming in and helping her, and she's actually at her full strength, and Dooku is dead and corpseified, their plan seems just stupid. Why is he trying to convince Dooku to join his side? I never even really thought about that before. If he wanted to trick Dooku to join his side so he'd have an extra soldier against Palpatine, that would make sense. But that's not what he's doing. Because as soon as they escape together later in this episode, he immediately captures Dooku again. And then just feeds him to Talzin. This comic book makes no fucking sense. I used to like this comic book. I think it was a good, interesting story. But now I'm thinking about it, and the character actions just don't add up. Ever. Even ignoring the wider context with this issue, I have my issues with Maul and Talzin's relationship and what they're trying to do aside. Why is Maul trying to get Dooku to turn on Sidious? It does not make sense. Because, okay, Maul wants to turn Dooku against Sidious. Fair enough. Maul wants an extra warrior against Sidious. But no, he doesn't. Because he then turns, as soon as he has Dooku on his side, effectively, he just goes, oh yeah, you're actually captured. But you already had him captured before all this started. What the hell? I feel like I must be missing something. Because, this is just fundamental flaw. He goes... this isn't, in Clone Wars Season 7 with the Martez sisters arc, where the third episode, I think, is, let's be honest, fairly pointless, because the characters just end up where they started. They... At least in that, the characters were trying to do something, and they just happened to fail at doing it. Here... Maul basically succeeds in what he's doing, except he lets Grievous go, which might not have been his plan, but he also hadn't actually convinced Dooku to turn him because Grievous let Dooku go. Sorry, Dooku let Grievous go, so he hadn't actually tricked Dooku. But if he'd thought he had tricked Dooku, that would have been something, at least, like, you know, Maul thinks he's tricked Dooku, so then he brings Dooku to Talzin, and then thinking Dooku will be on their side for fighting against Sidious, but no, because he then immediately captures Dooku. So it almost feels like Maul's plan here is to capture Dooku and Grievous, pretend that he's trying to convince Dooku to join him, so that Dooku will willingly walk on the ship having released Grievous, and then Maul will immediately recapture Dooku and not treat him as an ally, take him over to Talzin so that Grievous and Palpatine can launch an attack on Dathomir before Talzin is ready to be recovered properly, so that they can then ambush Palpatine. But why wouldn't they want Talzin to be recovered properly before they enter the fight with Sidious? Unless they think that the only way to draw Sidious out is by having the weakened state Talzin. I'm going to have to go double check what they planned on having Dooku, or planned on having Palpatine arrive before she was revived, because I don't think they were. In which case, their plan must have been to have Palpatine arrive thinking that Talzin had not been fully recovered, but she actually hadn't had enough time to fully recover. It turned out that he arrived a bit earlier than that. Okay, so I've just reread that section of the novel, or comic book, and it's not clear if they want Sidious to arrive. Like, they're talking about how Talzin will be ready to, will be weakened when she immediately returns, and that they need to prepare chambers. But then when Sidious shows up in the thing, Maul says, "At last you have returned to save your pawn," meaning Dooku. But those two lines, which are barely a page apart in the comic book, are seemingly completely contradictory. One implies that they want that Talzin's return will make her weak and she won't be ready to properly fight, and they need to prepare chambers. The other's implying that they wanted Sidious to arrive now, or soon, at least, so that Talzin would be able to kill him. And I don't understand. I feel like I must be missing something. This plan makes no sense. The book seems to be actively contradictory to itself. What on earth is going on? I simply don't understand. Anyways, I need to make an entirely separate video just trying to understand this comic book. But I'm going to leave all the rest of this in. There'll just be a very tangential ramble in the middle of this video about the Son of Dathomir comic and its many flaws. But I need to make an entirely separate video just about it. That video could probably be an hour long. Just trying to go through it step by step, trying to understand what the hell their plan is. Even just trying to understand the last two chapters, parts worth of the book. Could be an hour long. Just trying to understand what the hell they're going on about. Anyways, I'm just going to quickly skim through the rest of this because, let's be honest, there's not much to it. Where was I? Yes, I think I was just at the point where I said, where Sidious told Maul to kill the two. Anyways, in response to that, Maul says, "So be it, since apparently new apprentices are so easy to find." He's now jabbing at Sidious, trading blows, like witty remarks with him, which, yeah, whatever. I've gone on about how this book doesn't seem to understand that Maul is afraid of Sidious enough. I've gone on enough tangents about this comic book. Yeah, to which Sidious tells Maul, "Revenge is a dangerous game, and one you never seem to win." And Maul responds, I only lost when I followed you. And, well, revenge, like, game that he will never win is, well, that is who Maul is. He's a character out seeking revenge, and how the revenge will eventually bring him down and ruin him. Which, hey, you know what? They've got one good line. Someone telling Maul that he's going to fail for his revenge. And they do understand that Maul is a character who does not see his own failings and thinks that his revenge and his plans are working. As he says, he only fails when he follows you. Which to this point is actually largely true, although not entirely true, because he failed with the pirates. He failed when Sidious came to get him, although you could argue it's failing due to Sidious still. Although failing because he's following Sidious is a different, failing because he fought Sidious. So it doesn't quite make sense. And again, we have Maul engaged in witty banter with Sidious, the man who he fears, the man who destroyed him, the man whose mental scarring is one of the few things that was kept in his mind as he was a broken, decrepit monster. I said I was not going to rant about him in this book anymore, and that's probably not true, is it? I'm going to rant about it again. This successfully, in heavy air quotes, because I don't think Dooku was recruited to his cause, and I think that is intentionally within the book at least, and Maul is also not actually trying to recruit Dooku, which is, I think, the intent of the book. I don't know, but regardless, successfully, in air quotes, recruits Dooku over to Maul's cause to help take down Sidious, because they're both tools that Sidious will toss away in the end. And hey, Dooku, you know what? In the end, Sidious is going to toss you aside like a tool. If the plot of this book was coherent, that is something I would actually praise about it. Because, Sidious basically tells Dooku, I don't care about you. You've exceeded your usefulness. And then Dooku just basically feels that that's not what Sidious actually believes. And that'd be good. But no, this book is so wrapped up in convoluted plans within plans within plans and lies and not understanding who the characters are, even within their own characters within this book. Not understanding what their own plans are. I cannot praise it as good writing because I don't know if that was intentional or not. I just don't understand. This video is supposed to be about Maul, and this part's supposed to be the part where I'm saying he's great. Anyways. So yeah, he recruited Dooku, appealing to Dooku's sense of who will win and who has the most power, claiming that he and Talzin are more powerful than Sidious, and that Sidious will betray Dooku in the end. And yeah, he and Talzin are more powerful than Sidious. It's shown that even the weakened state of Talzin is more powerful than Sidious and Dooku combined, or at least able to hold her own against them. Well, admittedly, Grievous then comes in and stabs her, but Maul, I don't know why Maul didn't try and stop Grievous during that. I dare say it was explained. Yeah, he was helping Talzin boost her power, so yeah, she did need his help for that, but anyways, yes, back on topic. Maul and Dooku then go fight some Jedi. I think I've missed part of my notes where Dooku releases Grievous's jail cell bars and he escapes on an escape pod. They go fight some Jedi aboard of a ship. Maul saying that, of course, he and Dooku are working together. Only our shared hatred of you, possibly meaning Obi-Wan, possibly meaning the Jedi, could be strong enough to unite us, which is strange because that is not remotely what had them join up together. Like, why? That would make sense. That's another thing that, that's a plot point that could have made sense. Maul and Dooku teaming up to take on Kenobi. Because, if I'm fairness, I don't think Dooku really wants to kill Kenobi. No, he doesn't. Dooku doesn't even hate Kenobi, really, does he? In episode 2, Dooku's trying to turn Kenobi over to his side, saying that it's what Qui-Gon would have wanted, which is questionable, but anyways, that's what Dooku was saying. Then, in the Clone Wars, I'm trying to think, does Dooku ever really show any hatred towards Kenobi? I don't think so. Man, this comic book's weird. Maul hates Kenobi, yes, of course. Dooku hates the Jedi as a whole, so maybe he's saying about the Jedi, so their team would take out the Jedi. Which kind of makes sense, except of course that's a complete lie, because that's not why they're doing it. And the Jedi in this story are entirely irrelevant. And I don't know why they're even here, really. Because the Jedi present isn't used for anything. I guess it's kind of used to get Dooku on side, but as I said, it's not the main reason Dooku comes on side, and they don't even care about having Dooku on side in the long run. I'm done. Stop divergence. No more divergence. I'm almost done this book. So almost done this part. Then Maul takes on Mason Ayla Secura in the fight, while Kenobi and whichever one of the twin Jedis from the start, from the Order 66 arc, is still alive. Tipsy or Tipsla, I forget which one's which. The red one, it is. Fights Dooku. And why is Obi-Wan fighting Dooku, not Maul fighting Obi-Wan? That just does not make sense. Maul seems to show no real concern that Obi-Wan is here. Like, every other time he's seen Obi-Wan, he's had some sort of active reaction to it. But no, now he's just looking for... Now he's just fighting two others. Well, Obi-Wan is right there. And aside from Obi-Wan spitting a line at him and then Maul sending a line back, that doesn't even feel like it's specifically directed at Kenobi, Maul shows no concern that his main hated rival, the person who has forced him into a decrepit state, cut off his limbs, the person who he focused on for every single interaction he had, pretty much, was about building up an army to take out Kenobi. And now he's got Kenobi in front of him, and admittedly he's not in a position to take him on, arguably. And he just doesn't care. What the hell is this up with this comic book? I don't understand. Anyways, again, stop divergences. Actually, no, I was wrong, because as Maul leaves in a rush, he does tell Kenobi that they will see each other again soon enough, which, okay, Maul is focused on Kenobi a little bit, I did forget that. Though, interesting, I think the next time they do meet is in the Twin Sons episode. So, Maul isn't telling the truth there, but of course she doesn't know that, so fair enough. This isn't him lying or actively deceiving, this is him basically promising that he will come back for Kenobi. I guess in the context of this arc, does make sense that his main focus is on Sidious, so he's not super focused on Kenobi. I mean, that's not what he's like anywhere else. He's always mainly focused on Kenobi. Yeah. 4 of the Son of Dathomir comic. Starts with Maul being confronted by the Pikes and the Black Sun bosses, telling him that they've sustained heavy losses, and Maul promises them the money they desire if they stay with him, and says that once Sidious is dead, the galaxy will be theirs for the taking. And okay, we're back on track for at least a little moment, as Maul is once again promising to reward his allies. So he did previously say that allies who only care about money are not what's worth having. You want people of honor, people with loyalty to you, and that's who you need. So by just promising people money, it's not what he's doing. I guess it's not really back on track if he's showing that his allies aren't the kind of allies he said he wants. never realized just how nonsensical this comic book is. Why? I feel like I must be missing something. Anyways, again, no more divergences. He then turns to Dooku and reveals to Dooku that he knows that their alliance is just the will of Sidious, and he recaptures the Sith. I've already ranted about this long enough. Why did you go through any of this shit? It just does not add up. Like, they don't even imply that he teamed up with Dooku so that Dooku would join him in leaving the ship because they need to, or the moon asteroid base, so that they could join up with get away from the Jedi. Like that, one, give the Jedi a purpose in this arc. Like they provide this alliance as a base, as a reason for it existing. But no, that's not why. It seems like it was his plan to form an alliance only to betray it. Anyways, again, no more divergences. I have said that many times, so you probably have to be another one. Maul then brings Dooku to the shrine of Talzin, and she starts draining his life to embody herself. And Maul reveals that Talzin has sacrificed a lot of her power and her form to revive Maul, which is a bit interesting, given that that's not what happened. Her form was seemingly shattered by Grievous, not in reviving Maul, and she did sink some of her power into Maul, of course, but it seemed like her body was already gone at that point, and she was just a wisp by then. But yeah, I'll give her them that just a little slight inaccuracy. She spent a lot of her power cleansing Maul, though again, it doesn't even just no more divergences. Maul's mother lost her power, try to save him. That's what Maul's saying. It is at least vaguely true. I don't know why he's telling this to Dooku, but he is. And then, as she's draining the life force from Dooku, the droids attack, starting off with Grievous, and then Sidious shows up behind him. And Sidious tells Maul, there's only one plan, one great design which shall govern the universe, mine. And in this, Sidious is once again talking a lot like Maul does, which, good points. We're showing that Maul has learned from Sidious, and that is where he's gained most of his traits from. We're doing stuff. Yes, this is how Maul was talking to Vizsla. This is how Maul was talking to Savage. Great. We're showing where Maul's learned his things. It's from Sidious, because of course it is. Because that's where Maul learned how to be Maul. How to be a Lord of the Sith. He learned it from Sidious. Great. Good job. I wish I could say this. I knew this was intentional. Maul then fights Grievous while Talzin, controlling Dooku, fights Sidious. But Sidious is able to overpower Dooku and Force Lightnings him, forcing Talzin to emerge in her true form as Maul forces Grievous away. Then Sidious and Dooku combine Force Lightning into Talzin, and Maul tries desperately to... first off, Maul reinforces Talzin's power because he doesn't want to lose her. Then Grievous climbs back up and stabs her. Maul gets pulled away, seeing his mother die. Once again, he has lost yet another being to the power of Sidious. Okay. So, that is the Son of Dathomir comic, following mostly Maul's point of view for it. And it's certainly a comic book. It certainly tells a story that features a character named Maul. As I've said many times, this comic book really feels like it needs a couple more drafts. There's a core story here that can work. You can say, okay, here's a brief outline of how you can fix this arc without, completely changing it. Maul gets broken out of prison by Sidious. You remove a lot of the banter between them because that's not how Maul should be reacting. Maul does not say the line about how he's immune to pain because he's not. And then, so he gets rescued by the Mandalorians. They get taken. He fights Grievous. Maybe he even captures Grievous in that first fight. Or not, he can flee there. That's fine, whatever. Then Maul goes off and he captures Dooku, much like he does in the actual thing. But when he's talking with Talzin, Talzin reveals herself through him for the first time, and she says, "My power is growing. I can now communicate with you more directly," which could also be played back off of the the Jar Jar arc in season 6. I'm assuming this was set to happen a bit later in season 6 in that arc. And so she tells him that she can now communicate with him directly. Maul tells her about what Sidious has done, that he's killed Savage. Mention Savage, please. And then through that, they now say, okay, we now must punish him. We now must punish Sidious for what he has done to us. You can have your Maul or Talzin say it. It fits for both of them. So then, that's when they construct a plan to draw out Dooku and capture him. They then capture Dooku and potentially Grievous. We probably shouldn't have captured Grievous. Honestly, we maybe never capture Grievous. Like, maybe Grievous doesn't even show up to the second fight. And we have Maul's capture Dooku. Dooku orders the droids to be shut down, because if Grievous just isn't here. We've then pretty much cut out the entirety of the third episode, cut it down to a 3-episode arc. And then so Maul takes Dooku back to Dathomir, but it's revealed Dooku has a tracker on him that they've missed. And that is how Sidious tracks him down to Dathomir, alongside Grievous. Rather than, well, I don't even really know why they do it. Anyways, or hell, it's revealed that they know that they have eyes on Dathomir, so they don't even need to have reason to know why he's joined back. They know he's joined back. So therefore, he's empowering Talzin. Also, I just realized, if they knew that they thought that Talzin was there, why didn't Sidious go in person? Because when they do eventually go to fight Talzin, they clearly needed Sidious's power there. Unless they knew Talzin wasn't there, but then why do they say amongst themselves when it was just them in the room that they thought Talzin was going to Ord Mantell? Whatever. Anyways, back to my fixed version of this arc. So they've captured Dooku. They're taking him back to Dathomir. The Sith detect that he's gone back to Dathomir. And so then that's when Palpatine launches his mass assaults, much like he does in the actual comic book. And they attack Dathomir. And then Maul there. And then Sidious breaks in. He says his line about how everything's going, that it's his plan that matters, his plan's the only plan, because that line's still really good. I like that plan. I like that line. And then, so then they had a very similar fight. Talzin controlling Dooku, because of course they aren't prepared for Sidious to arrive, and you don't realize that he's coming in this version, whereas they kind of maybe do in the actual version. And so, we also cut Maul's line about, oh, you finally come to rescue your pawn. We don't like that line. That line doesn't make sense. So then Talzin, rebuilding her power, then attacks Dooku, channels through Dooku again. He fights, Sidious forces her out. This final fight could play out largely the same. It worked well enough. And then Maul gets pulled away, losing yet another one of his family at the hands of Sidious. This fairly simple change, a bit cutting it down, losing an entire episode, yes. But like, other than removing the almost entirely pointless third episode of the arc, we now provide reason why Maul is now going after Sidious rather than Kenobi. Like, we've directly linked that to the events that have happened and not try to retroactively say he always was. We've shown why Talzin is now we've now explained that Talzin is only just now powerful enough to communicate directly with Maul. And we've removed all of Maul's banter with Sidious, because that does not make sense. He fears Sidious. He'll banter with Kenobi because he is ultimately, at this point, more powerful than Kenobi. He can beat Kenobi. So he's toying with Kenobi. Much like Sidious is toying with Maul. So Sidious banters to Maul during Lawless. Maul and Savage do not banter back during that. They're focused. They need to win. So we've removed the entirety of the weird Dooku's kind of betraying them, kind of not, all that junk from the arc. We've streamlined the arc. It now actually functions as a story. It doesn't completely betray Maul's character. It explains why the things that are just retconning into existence actually exist in ways that make sense, and in ways that can make sense. Like, it makes so much more sense that Maul is just now going after Sidious because he hates what he did to Savage and destroying his empire, capturing and torturing him again. Like, that gives a reason for Maul to now suddenly be going after Palpatine, which did not exist in the actual thing, which just shows, oh yeah, he was actually always after Palpatine. Like, whatever. Yes, I think that this retcon of the arc would make a hell of a lot more sense and eat up one whole less episode of the comic or / show to do. So you can then move that to some other arc of the show if you need that. Or make a cool one-off. There weren't enough one-offs in the later seasons of the Clone Wars. One-offs were neat. Don't get me wrong, the arcs were good too. And the arcs are what's the bulk of the Clone Wars, and what makes it great is when they have that longer form storytelling. But the one-offs just expand the world so much better than the whole arcs do. As you can just have, we don't need a full 2-3 episodes about the fighting the Talz on Pantora. So we only have one episode for it. Like, we don't need more than that. It's a nice, good, entirely self-contained episode. I think these changes would just do so much to just fix the issues with this comic. Like, we fixed Maul's characterization. We fixed the completely batshit plot line. We've removed all the pointless junk of the Jedi's presence and Dooku maybe not betraying and the double crossing betrayal with Dooku. The only thing that I'm really kind of sad we lose is the line between Sidious and Maul about how he's tossing Dooku aside. Like, that resonates well with what he then goes on to do in the Revenge of the Sith, as he tosses Dooku aside to add Anakin as his new apprentice. And I think drawing attention to that parallel with Maul here does quite a good job. It's just that you have to bend the plot so much around that to make it make any sense that I just think we have to cut it, which is sad. But yes, that is the end of the Son of Dathomir comic. And now we're doing an IRL time jump as we enter the Clone Wars Season 7. Maul's first appearance in Season 7 is not actually within the Siege of Mandalore arc, but it's within the final episode of the Martez Sisters arc, where we see him talking with some Pikes. And he tells the Pikes that they're just one small cog in his machine. But the Pike leader's faltering jeopardizes everything to do with Maul's plans. And Maul realizes that the Jedi are onto him. And then he has a very weird part of a scene where he takes a look around the thing because he senses Ahsoka there, expecting to see her through the hologram, right? Yeah. Despite that not how holograms are ever shown to really work. First, holograms aren't really shown to work very consistently, but still, it feels much weirder than most instances of how holograms work. And Then once he leaves the Pikes stall, we hear the Pikes talking about Crimson Dawn. Or maybe it was Maul threatened to replace him with Crimson Dawn. Yeah. Which just helps hide in a bit to Solo. The film, not the character. And this scene, he doesn't really do much. Yeah, and then it ends with the Pikes discussing him and make it clear that they fear him. They're like, this scene, it's not much, but it lays the seeds of Maul to come. We get the sense that Maul is preparing for the siege of Mandalore. Not explicitly, but we get the sense that Maul knows stuff is closing in on him. He's preparing for one grand moment as the end of the Clone Wars draws near. We learn later in the Siege of Mandalore that he has sensed the end of the Clone Wars. He has sensed that the time has come, that Order 66, if we hadn't quite figured out what it is about to strike. And through all that, Maul is laying his final preparations, and every last cog needs to be in place before he executes his plan to bring in Skywalker and kill him. And, this just starts laying the seeds of that. Maul is still around, it reminds us that Maul exists, it reminds us that he's leading the crime empire still, and prepares us for what is to come. But then we get into the Siege of Mandalore itself, with the first episode, Old Friends Not Forgotten, which Maul doesn't really appear in here much, but Ahsoka, Bo-Katan, and Rex launched their massive assault on Mandalore to try and capture him, and they do quite well, fighting through the city, managed to take out most of his Mandalorians there. When they reach Prime Minister Almec says that Maul wanted them to bring the Jedi here, but they brought the wrong one. Which we're, of course, supposed to think at this point is he's wanting Kenobi. He was expecting her to bring Kenobi to him. But that is, of course, not what Maul's focused on. Maul is focused on his fear of Palpatine now. Palpatine has taken over. As the dark side rises, Maul senses Palpatine's rise and is now focused solely on weakening him, and through doing so, he's trying to kill Skywalker. He doesn't quite know who Skywalker is at this point, but that is his focus. Then, well, of course, he does also want Kenobi here because he does want to punish Kenobi, and they do mention that a bit as well. But his main focus is on Skywalker at this point. I do actually kind of wish that they didn't have him mentioning Kenobi here. I think that would go a long way to show how much the rise of Palpatine is putting fear into Maul, that he's not trying to even drag Kenobi into things anymore. He's just trying to get Skywalker. But anyways, him wanting to go after Kenobi isn't bad, and it shows that he does still have his hatred for Kenobi in spite of the rise of Palpatine, which honestly I think might even be better now I'm saying this out loud. Because once we've reached Rebels, Maul is once again focused on Kenobi and not on Palpatine and weakening Palpatine, despite the fact that he doesn't even know Kenobi is alive. He's still trying to focus on Kenobi. Which, yes, could just be because Palpatine is now so far beyond his reach. But showing that he still does care a bit about Kenobi is actually good. So you know what? You know what I just said? I think it's a good thing that he's focused on Kenobi as well as Skywalker at this stage. Yeah. Yes. So then the episode ends with Ahsoka going down into the sewers of Mandalore, and then we hear some clanking of metallic footsteps on the sewer grate, and he says, "I was hoping for Kenobi. Why are you here?" I think that would have actually been really good for that line, though, to say, "I was hoping for Skywalker. Why are you here?" Like that would have also been a great stinger for the end of the episode. Wait, he's hoping for Skywalker? Not Kenobi? What the hell is it? What's going on with Maul? What has he seen? Why is he focused on Skywalker now? I think that would have been a much better stinger for the episode than him saying Kenobi. And it would have set up his obsession with Skywalker. I don't know when they could weave the Kenobi parts into it, but yeah. So that wasn't a very Maul-focused episode. But oh boy, next episode is Maul's main episode of this arc. And it's a good one. Episode 2, The Phantom Apprentice, is, well, a very on-the-nose reference to Maul, as he is the Phantom Menace. Kind of, maybe. Who the Phantom Menace is in the Phantom Menace isn't super clear, but I would say it's a reference to saying that Maul is the Phantom Menace is by no means a wrong statement. So naming this episode the Phantom Apprentice after him, where, again, has multiple meanings, because we got the Phantom Apprentice in as a reference to Maul. There's the Apprentice in Ahsoka. The Phantom Apprentice is arguably just Anakin actually in this. He doesn't even appear in the episode, but it's all about him and Maul being scared shitless that Anakin is about to be back. Or not back, Palpatine's about to rise with Anakin as Vader. And it all just loops around. And it's a neat title. I haven't been talking about titles much, but this one's a good one. Episode starts with Maul saying, Ahsoka Tano, is it? And he tells her that that he's afraid her way of thinking is behind the times. And I forget quite what she said there, and I forgot to write it down, but pretty sure she said something about the Republic being the authority and trying to take him down. Then he goes on to say, I was certain that Kenobi would have come himself, perhaps bringing his loyal foal. Skywalker, is it? Which I guess is really why he's looking for Kenobi, because he's expecting Kenobi to bring Skywalker. I still think that ending the last episode with I was hoping for Skywalker would have been a much better sting for the end of the episode. And then you would have him say that here. Still say that here. So that's how you bring in the Kenobi part. He still wants Kenobi, but he's trying to get at Anakin, really. Anakin's his true goal at this point. Anyway, Ahsoka then says, Master Kenobi had a more important engagement. To which Maul responds, Indeed, I wonder. The moment may be upon us. Why you? Why did Kenobi send you? So Maul, as I've said, is already sensing that Palpatine's power is rising, that Skywalker will be a key to his plans, and Maul is now just starting to realize that he may have been too late in drawing in the Jedi, and that Kenobi is not going to be able to bring Skywalker to him, that it's too late. The Palpatine's plans are already spiraling into motion. And there's nothing he can do to stop them, but he will still try. He cannot allow Palpatine to rise to power. Palpatine is his greatest fear, and he cannot abide by Palpatine having all that power. And, well, he was very close to being able to drag Kenobi here. If they'd been even a couple hours quicker, Kenobi probably would have come and fought him along with Skywalker, and he'd have had everyone he wanted. And Art probably would have actually lost the fight entirely, but you never know. He might have been able to stop the Revenge of the Sith in doing so, regardless. And when Ahsoka asks him to surrender, he says, My surrendering? Well, that would be pointless, for if I am correct, soon the Jedi and the Republic will no longer be the controlling interest in the galaxy. To which Ahsoka responds, And who will be? You? To which Maul responds, No, Darth Sidious. And, well, now Maul is truly back on track. We show that he is afraid of Sidious again. The whole thing I've been ranting about him not being for the entirety of the Son of Dathomir comic, we have established back again that Maul is truly afraid of Sidious. He gasps at the mention of Sidious's name. He does not want to speak it, but he must. Again, he is sensing that the powers of the galaxy are about to shift, as the dark side is rising and Sidious is going to take advantage. As he says, his surrendering will be pointless. The Republic won't exist. There's no point in turning into the Republic, because by the time he's turned into the Republic, Palpatine will have already taken it over, and it will be the Empire, and it'll be too late. He's sensed that the time is upon us. It is too late to change anything. It was all about now and killing Skywalker now before Palpatine could commit on his plans, but he is too late to properly succeed. Then a bunch of clones show up and Maul flees. Not so much in fear, but because he needs to recalculate his plans. As he senses the rise in Sidious, he needs to figure out what exactly he shall do without any Skywalker to murder. But he stays within the sewers, and he attacks some clones to investigate and figure out who this Ahsoka Tano is, and how to manipulate her into joining him against Anakin. And well, in doing so, he finds out that she is, of course, Anakin's apprentice. Not only is she Anakin's apprentice, or rather Skywalker's apprentice, but that she's been cast aside from the Jedi Order, much like he's been cast aside from the Sith by Palpatine. And he's planning to use that connection to turn her to the dark side, or at the very least have her help him in destroying the Sith, destroying Anakin. Not able to destroy Sidious, of course, but he is capable of stopping Vader, stopping Anakin, taking away a pivotal member of Palpatine's council, his most powerful servant, but not him himself. In doing so, he's attacked some clones and kidnapped Jesse, and he's reading the clone's mind. And as he's doing so, he realizes clones bred for combat, all part of the plan. The plan, the only plan that matters. Not even I was made aware of its grand design, but I played my part, and I was cast aside. I was forgotten, but I survived, and I can thrive in the chaos that is to come. In the clone's mind, he's probably sensed the inhibitor chip within it, and he realizes that Palpatine's whole grand plan with the clones and how brilliant it truly is. Maybe not the full brilliance of it, but most of the brilliance. He's realized that clones, this army that have been given to the Jedi, will be their downfall in some way. And he's realized the brilliance of the one plan that matters, much like Palpatine told him back in the Son of Dathomir comic. There's only one plan that matters. The plan of the Sith, which Palpatine was executing. Not Maul's one plan, but there's only one plan that matters at any given point. The way to destroy the Jedi. And Palpatine has executed it perfectly. Maul, sensing this, can feel nothing but admiration for his former master. And honestly, he realizes that he's been played, the Jedi have been played, everyone has been played. He played his part, and he was cast aside once he was no longer useful. Well, maybe not quite when he was no longer useful, because Palpatine might well have wanted him to last a little bit longer. He would not have filled Dooku's role. As Tales of a Jedi reveals, Dooku was already turned before Maul died on Naboo. But he would have potentially played a bit more of a plan. Or maybe Palpatine would have just cut him down once he returned from Naboo. But we will not know what Palpatine's original objective for Maul was after Naboo, because Maul died, left to be dead, forgotten, but he survived. Through his hatred of Kenobi, he did what everyone deemed impossible. Even Sidious could not have foreseen that Maul would have survived, because, well, Sith have been seeking immortality for ages, and they have been unable to do so. Even Palpatine's own master, Darth Plagueis the Wise, was looking for immortality and failed to properly achieve it. But Maul did, through becoming hatred incarnate, bending the will of the Force into one into keeping him alive in a way that no other Sith has been known to do before or since Maul became immortal. And he shall thrive in this new galaxy under Sidious. He shall become a crime lord like no other, hiding under the depths of the Empire and the corruption. He sees where he shall go. He sees the role that he shall fulfill, and he prepares himself to take it. Much like he was telling the Pikes, he was preparing the Pikes not for the Siege of Mandalore in reality, but for what comes after, to have his crime empire set up to take over the entirety of the underworld of the Empire. He then orders Saxon to eliminate Almec, ironically casting Almec aside once he has fulfilled his usefulness and when he has too many secrets that he cannot let go, which is exactly what Palpatine was doing with him. Trying to get rid of the toy once it's there. Trying to get rid of the tool once it is no longer useful to him. Toss him aside, eliminate him, cast him aside. And well, Maul has learned from his master. Even if he hates him, even if he fears him, Maul knows that Sidious is the master of the dark side. He knows that no matter what he will do, he has learned from Sidious, and he executes Sidious's playbook on his own terms now. Then Ahsoka, Bo, and Rex are all interrogating Almec, who has revealed some information about Maul, notably that Maul sees no point in escaping, and that he has been consumed by a strange sense of dread for the last few days, and that he was interested in someone other than Kenobi, which is when Saxon comes in to the super secure prison that was never broken into once before. I don't know how it could possibly happen. And executes Almec with a blaster, and Almec tells them in his dying breath that Maul had a vision, a dream, and a name came to him, Skywalker. Now we see where Maul's getting all of this from. He's seen through the Force. He's getting Force visions of the future. He can sense. That's how he knows about Skywalker's It's by not really knowing or caring about him prior. He's sensing the Skywalker. The name Skywalker. He wants to get the Skywalker because he senses that he's important to Sidious's plan. And he's filled with a strange sense of dread because Maul can tell that the fate of the galaxy is about to change. And Maul is the only being in the perfect place, the perfect confluence of everything to know just enough about Palpatine's plans and not be in a position to properly stop it. And honestly, to a certain extent, not wanting to stop it. Because Maul still wants the Jedi to fall. He still wants the Republic to fall. Throughout all of this, he has never mentioned that saving the Republic is even an option. As he says, that the power in the galaxy is about to change. That is not going to change. It's only about how much power Sidious will have once he takes the control of the galaxy. Once the Republic falls, what power will Sidious be able to hold on to? That is what Maul is trying to effect. He can already tell that the Empire is coming, that he will not be able to stop it, but that Anakin, or Skywalker rather, is the key. And so he is focused on that and his fear of Palpatine, trying to hold it back. Yes. And when we cut back to Maul, he's telling some of his Mandalorians that they once liberated him from his imprisonment by Sidious and his apprentice. At the time, Maul thought Dooku was an old fool. But now I see that he and I are the same. One step behind. The dark side has never been stronger. Soon the galaxy will be remade, and in the chaos we must seize what power we can. It is not the way of your people to hide here in the gutters. If you die, I promise it will be on the field of battle, and if you die, it will be as warriors. As Maul reveals to his men that he now realizes back in the Son of Dathomir comic, that he and Dooku are the same. They are both just tools. He thought he had moved past the point of being a tool. Palpatine has just reformed him into a slightly different tool to bring down the Republic in ways that Maul cannot fathom. He is an old fool. He is an old tool. And now the galaxy shall fall, but they shall go out fighting to seize what power they can in this new world that is being formed. And if they die, they will die as warriors, as is Mandalorian culture to do. Then there's the whole Mandalorian army launches their second assault against the surface. Their first assault against the surface. They're launching the second part of the Battle of Mandalore. But Maul is nowhere to be seen in the fighting. He is sitting in the throne room awaiting the arrival of Ahsoka, Bo-Katan, and Rex. Bo charges at Maul, but he deflects her blaster bolts with the Force, which I'm not going to talk about. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about it. Before force choking her and then releasing her. And he releases Jesse as a show of good faith to them. And he tells Bo to go fight with his people, to go fight the Mandalorians. And Rex takes Jesse away, leaving Maul alone in the throne room with Ahsoka. And he says, "Look at them, so blissfully ignorant." Ahsoka says, "Do you want to talk to me or the council?" To which Maul says, "Oh, no, you are the one I wish to speak with. Were you not cast out of your order?" And Ahsoka says she chose to leave. But Maul said, "Yes, we were motivated to leave by the hypocrisy of the Jedi Council. We were both tools for greater powers." And then I believe Ahsoka said something along the lines of bringing him to justice. And Maul said, "Justice is merely the construct of the current power base, a base which, according to my calculations, is about to change." And Ahsoka says, "Sidious is behind it." Maul responds, "He's behind everything in the shadows, always, but soon, very soon, he will reveal himself." Ahsoka says we can stop Sidious before it's too late. And Maul says, "Too late for what? The Republic to fall? It already has, and you just can't see it. There's no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it. The time of the Jedi has passed. They cannot defeat Sidious, but together you and I can. Every choice you have made has led you to this moment." Ahsoka asks why he wants Anakin. Maul responds, "He is the key to everything." Ahsoka says, "To bring balance to the Force." And Maul says, "To destroy. He has long been groomed for his role as my master's new apprentice." Ahsoka calls him a liar, but he says, "I'm afraid not. In fact, I was so certain of his fate that I orchestrated this war to lure him here with Kenobi to kill him, thus depriving Sidious of his prized pupil." And so the dialogue he has with Ahsoka, basically explains everything about what Maul's trying to do here. He has sensed the fall of the Republic, the rise of Sidious, and that at its core there is Skywalker. And that Skywalker is so important to this that Maul will orchestrate an entire war, kill hundreds. Not that he really cares about killing hundreds, or thousands even, but orchestrate the entire war for one purpose and one purpose alone: to kill Skywalker, to deprive Sidious of his greatest weapon. Maul realizes that he's a tool of Sidious and that the Jedi are gone. He wants to work with Ahsoka to bring down, well, he tells her Sidious. But I think that's more just him trying to manipulate her into joining with him, because she's much more likely to want to fight Sidious than to fight Anakin. So by framing killing Anakin as a way to bring down Sidious, he's going to say, "Hey, we can do this thing that you want, we don't have to do this thing you don't want to do it." But I don't think he really believes he'll be able to take down Sidious. He only wants to focus on Anakin, because Anakin is the one that they can target, the one that they can kill. The most important focal point of the objective is killing Anakin to deprive Sidious of his greatest weapon, his greatest tool. That is what Maul is after. Maul then has a very cool duel with Ahsoka as she rejects his theory that Anakin could ever turn evil, in which during this duel Maul typically has the upper hand, but Ahsoka is able to occasionally beat him back, forcing him out a window. Maul then communicates to Saxon that he will be leaving and the Mandalorian should die well. And Ahsoka catches up with him in the rafters of the Dome of Mandalore. And they have another cool fight. And Maul tells her that we could have destroyed Sidious. Because he's still trying to convince Ahsoka to join him against Sidious. But she refuses to, because his premise that Sidious is rising is predicated not on the fall of the Jedi, because she fully would be behind it. The Jedi falling is within reason. She's seen their failings, but no, it's because she's trying to convince her that Anakin is going to fall to evil. Anakin is key to it and needs to die. She does not believe that fundamentally, and Maul fails to sense that she is actually very loyal to Anakin. And he failed to understand just how loyal she is. And that was his flaw here. During the fight in the rafters, Maul is much more trying to escape than win. He eventually knocks Ahsoka's lightsabers out of her hands, cuts one end of the rafter, and prepares to charge at her. But before he does, he gives her one last choice to join him, which she, of course, refuses. So Maul charges at her, but she uses his momentum to have him fall off the rafters, and she catches him with the Force. And then Maul, realizing that everything is about to be doomed, he's about to be captured, and not just captured, but captured by the Republic, which is about to become the Empire. He goes mad and says, "Let me go. Let me die. You are all going to burn. We are all going to die. You don't know what you're doing." As the clones stun him and rope him up, capturing Maul. Maul shows, once again, for the second time in the show, true fear. And what causes it? He realizes that Palpatine is coming for him. He is going to be delivered to Palpatine on a silver platter, and he does not want to endure Palpatine's torture again, which he fully expects to do, and he'd much rather die than go back to Palpatine. Which, son of Dathomir, take notes. Because that is how Maul is supposed to interact with Palpatine. It is fear of Palpatine. And yes, I know in my rewrite of Son of Dathomir, he would still not be super afraid of Palpatine, but he would be far more afraid in my rewrite than in the actual Son of Dathomir, where he seems to actively be planning to take on Palpatine. Actually, honestly, even in my rewrite, no, he would still be afraid of Palpatine. He was never planning on actively confronting Palpatine, at least on his own. It was always Talzin who would be doing the fighting against Palpatine. Anyways, that's very much a tangent. I said I wasn't doing any more votes about Son of Dathomir, and I think I will be able to keep that promise from now on. On tangents, I will probably bring it back up during Twin Suns, because there's parallels to make there. Breathe in and out. There we go. Anyways, that is the end of the Phantom Apprentice, with the Phantom Menace being captured by the Apprentice. The Siege of Mandalore, Episode 3, Shattered. This episode starts with Maul in custody, completely unable to do anything, as he is transported in a Jedi prison created by the Mandalorians. And despite this, and despite knowing that Maul does not escape in this sequence, I think it's about like a 2 or 3 minute sequence of Maul just being transported up to the Venator Star Destroyer in space is so excellently done. It really puts the fear of Maul's existence back inside him. Something that hasn't really been in play since Brothers. We now come full circle on who he was in the Phantom Menace as a being whose mere existence is to be feared. As we now get him once again just his mere presence and the way they shoot it just tells us that, oh no, something bad is going to happen, even though nothing does. It is shot so damn well, focused around Maul, being fear. You just get the sense that he will break out. He doesn't break out, and yet you still get that sense rewatching it. This opening scene is so damn good. I recommend going back and rewatching it if you have not. And also, I recommend rewatching the entirety of the Siege of Mandalore. It's a great arc of the show. But this one scene is perfection. And there's not even, I think there's some background dialogue, and it starts with a bit of dialogue explaining that this is the last of these prisons, which again just goes to amplify how important and terrifying Maul is. They're using the last of the anti-Force user prisons on Maul. And it just goes to, and gives you that sense of dread, like, oh no, he's going to break free. He's going to destroy the prison, and then there's going to be no way to capture him in one again. It's just so well done, making the mere existence of Maul fear once again. And once he's on the ship, and as Ahsoka and Rex are talking about post-war, we start hearing visions of the revenge of the Sith and Anakin's fall. And as we hear Anakin turning to the dark side, we open on Maul opening his eyes. Maul has sensed the fall of Anakin, and he is worried. This has awoken him from his pseudo-meditation within the Force chamber, anti-Force user chamber, and while it's not entirely clear how the anti-Force user chamber works, if it is supposed to stop Force access at all, which I think would be a reasonable interpretation of it, because Force users are able to act without actively moving a lot of the time. This reverberation has broken through those barriers and hit Maul, and he's strong enough to break through it in a way and still sense the impending doom. Which again, it just builds the fear of Maul, and it's also connecting Maul to the fall of Anakin, which is what he was warning everyone about last episode, and it also connects Maul and Anakin to us, making us go, oh shit, yes, much like we know the fall of Vader is a big deal, the reawakening of Maul will be a big deal. As isn't, of course, the last time Maul gets paralleled with Vader in this arc. Then Order 66 gets issued, and Rex orders 2 clones to go and execute Maul as part of Order 66. And while we don't ever see Palpatine explicitly tell Rex to do this, it is implied that Palpatine gave a special order to execute Maul as part of Order 66, which is interesting because Maul was afraid that Palpatine would want to torture him. But no, Palpatine just wants him dead, because the tool is no longer useful, and Palpatine is not Maul. Palpatine does not want to cause suffering. Palpatine wants to gain power more than cause suffering. And Maul is a potential threat, so his execution is more important. And Maul has, in a way, misjudged his former master, and thought him to be more similar to Maul than he was. And then as for clones go and prepare to kill him, Ahsoka frees Maul, knocking out the 2 clones, and he tells her, no, it was not my doing. I don't know what has occurred, but surely you have felt it. All the voices crying out, the death. And Ahsoka informs him that Rex tried to kill her. He says, oh, brilliant. I was not privy to my master's plan, but now I see it. He turned the Jedi's own army against them. So he's put together the pieces with the clone information that he's pulled out of Jesse's mind, with what Ahsoka's told about Rex turning on them, and he's now realized the true extent of Order 66 and just how brilliant and terrifying Palpatine is. And this effectively this is the final part of his almost apotheosis that he goes through in the Siege of Mandalore arc, as he becomes just an enlightened, he becomes almost a savant, a wellspring of knowledge of the dark side that is just that no one but him could fill this role. There's no one else that could be Maul in the Siege of Mandalore. Not just because he was in charge of Mandalore, because there's no one else that would be this privy to Palpatine's plans, well, knowing the full thing, be able to figure out what's going on, sense the rise of Anakin, and everything's about to go crashing down. He then assumes, of course, that as Ahsoka has freed him, that she is now wanting to work with him in breaking out this ship away from the clones and defeating Sidious. But no, she informs him that he is just a distraction, and that she is not rooting for him to succeed, as she does not even give him a lightsaber. So then the two of them go their separate ways, and when we next cut back to Maul, he is having his own little corridor scene, much like Vader had it at the end of Rogue One, except Maul doesn't even need a lightsaber to be badass. He's just ripping apart parts of a ship, taking down clone troopers left and right, smashing them down. At the end of the fight, as the clones are running away, he uses the Force to pull one of the clones' arms to him as the doors shut and sever the arm. And he takes off the communicator from that clone's arm and wears it himself so he can listen in on all the communications going on. And that is the end of episode 3 for Maul. Episode 4, Victory and Death, barely includes Maul at all because, well, let's be honest, Maul has not been relevant to this. It's not super relevant to this arc. It is an arc about Ahsoka, Rex, and Order 66 featuring Maul. But anyways, but it's still very good, and it does a lot of work for Maul's character. Victory and Death for Maul is only, I believe, 2 scenes, really. One in which he goes into the hyperdrive room and brings it down with an immense show of force power as he brings down the entire hyperdrive room. And then he goes off and takes the last shuttle aboard the ship and escapes with it while Ahsoka tries to stop him, but eventually she goes to save Rex and lets him go. And that is the end of the Siege of Mandalore and Clone Wars as a whole. I mean, there's a bit more Siege of Mandalore, but that is for Maul. You know what I mean. And well, what has the Siege of Mandalore done for Maul? Well, I think you'll be able to tell. I think that this does so much better with Maul's character than anything post-Lawless. Yes, anything released since Lawless, it just has not understood who Maul is. But the Siege of Mandalore understands him on a fundamental level. It shows his fear of Palpatine is at its forefront, especially as Palpatine is rising to take control of the galaxy. Maul has sensed that. Maul knows enough because of who he is. He is Maul. He is Palpatine's former apprentice. No one else could fill his role here. No one else could be to sense the arrival of Palpatine. No one else could know enough of the plan to know that Palpatine was Palpatine and that what he was doing, it's perfection. And well, now let's hop back a little bit. Part 3. Oh yeah, Maul's in Solo. Honestly, that title card says it all. Maul is present. We do see that he's still leading a crime syndicate, at least to some degree, as he's the head of Crimson Dawn. I forget if it's also implied that he's still working with the Pikes, which I know also appear in that film. I only rewatched the final scene with him in it, not the entire film. I don't know how much of he was hinted at properly. I know it wasn't super hinted. He was effectively a post-credit scene that wasn't post-credits. We also see that he's still based out of Dathomir, which I guess makes sense. It's not super contradictory to anything else we've seen, and he will, of course, eventually be back on Dathomir for his Rebels appearances. So, yeah, fair enough. The main thing, though, is that he's, of course, talking with Kira, who tells him that Beckett took out Dryden Voss, and well, it's clear that Kira is lying to him, as she tells him that Beckett did it probably alone when she was part of it. And it's not super clear if he trusts her about what she's telling him, because she does tell her to come with him and threaten her with his double-bladed lightsaber a little bit. And yeah, I mean, like, this scene, it's fine. Like, it's set up for stuff that just never happens. And if Solo 2, and I think there was even Solo 3, was planned-ish happened, I'm sure this would have been expanded on, and I would have had more to say about it. Part 4. The Desecration of Darth Maul. We get introduced to Darth Maul within Rebels towards the end of the second season, in the penultimate episode, as Ezra and some others have gone to the Sith planet of Malachor. I think it's Malachor. It's really something like Malachor. And they go down into the depths, find a temple, and then Ezra falls through even farther, where he meets a strange cloaked being, who the show very quickly reveals to us is Maul. Although, this is a minor side, I really wish the show actually didn't reveal it was Maul immediately, and they kept the reveal to us it was Maul until the end of the episode, when he reveals it to everyone else, and I think one of the Inquisitors says, "You're Maul." No, it's Ahsoka who says, "You're Maul," and one of the Inquisitors call him the Shadow. Like, the rest of the episode feels like it's all surrounding, like, we don't know, there's this mysterious shadow out there, we don't know who it is, when if you're actually watching the parts that include Ezra, it's obviously Maul, because they've took that as Maul in literally his first scene before it's even halfway done, as I recall. Anyways, that's an aside. What is Maul doing on this Sith temple world? Well, we don't quite know just yet. But he's playing the part of an old, useless man who's been there for years and years. And, well, because throughout this entire series of events, he is obviously trying to manipulate Ezra, so we don't actually know how long he's been here. But it is implied he's been here for at least a decent amount of time. I mean, there's another Inquisitor who's there specifically searching for Maul. So maybe that Inquisitor, Maul just arrived, and then that Inquisitor just arrived. But equally, Maul could have been here for a decade, and then the Inquisitor shows up. I don't know. It's just, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I just kind of wish we knew how long Maul had been here. He's clearly been here for a while, but not ages. I don't know. Yeah, he's been there for a while, and he's playing the part of someone who has been there for probably even longer than he has been, looking for something. As he says, he's been there for years looking for knowledge. And as Ezra starts to fall into Maul's trap of trusting Maul lessens the old man voice and starts to revert more into his more normal voice, as he's already got his seeds in, and Ezra doesn't even notice it. I was assuming it's intentional, but it might just have been something Sam Witwer did to be cool, and they never bothered to actually script around it. Regardless, I think it shows Maul, he's seeping in his tentacles in, and then once he senses he's got a hold, he starts to lessen his tentacle seepingness and just reverts back to his more normal manner, which is neat. And that might be the last positive thing I say about Maul. During the conversation, Ezra calls Maul a Sith, when Maul says he's not a Jedi, but he's a Force user. And Maul says, the Sith took everything from me, ripped me from my mother's arms, murdered my brother, used me as a weapon, and then cast me aside, abandoned me once I had power. Now I have nothing. And yeah, that gives you a very nice brief recap of what happened with Maul in the Clone Wars and prior, in case you don't remember. He was ripped from his mother's arms. That happens pre-Phantom Menace, though you could argue that he's referring to when Palpatine murdered Talzin in the Son of Dathomir comics. Though, just based on the order, it does imply to me that it's referring to when Palpatine took him originally. Murdered his brother? Yeah, that's fairly obvious. Palpatine murdered Savage in Lawless, and used him as a weapon. I guess the order's a bit weird here, because he was definitely used as a weapon before they murdered Savage. Although, you could argue that he's saying they used him as a weapon to murder Talzin, and that's what he's concerned about. So he was taken from Talzin, then they murdered Savage, and then they used him as a weapon to kill off Talzin. They didn't super use him as a weapon, they more used him as a tool to get at Talzin and bring her out, but I could definitely see Maul seeing that as them using him as a weapon once more, a tool which they used to kill his mother. But, yeah, I don't know. Just me probably overanalyzing that order of some lines of dialogue. And during the conversation, Maul senses that Ezra is angry at the Empire, and he latches onto that and tries to goad Ezra into hatred, into anger, into the dark sides of the Force, and pull him towards the darkness. So we see, once again, Maul is now trying to convince and make the Jedi fall to evil. Not quite like he was doing with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, he was trying to unbalance and punish, make Obi-Wan suffer by having him fall. With Ezra, it seems like Maul is actually legitimately trying to turn Ezra into his new apprentice. He will, in the future, refer to Ezra almost exclusively as his apprentice. Then Maul and Ezra reach the door to the Sith temple, and Maul goads Ezra into using his anger to open the door, which requires two angry Sith dark side users to pull open, because I guess probably it might require dark side anger force because it's a Sith temple and they might have magically done that, or it might just be Maul trying to get Ezra to use a quick and easy side because Ezra's not currently well trained enough in the light side to actually open the gates, and so he needs to use his anger to push it open. But once again, we see Maul is trying to make Ezra fall, and that is what he's trying to do for mostly this episode, and that's about it. I think he doesn't even really try that hard in the next episode. While they're doing this, Ezra asks Maul if he has a name, and Maul says, "I once had a real name. So long ago, I don't remember. Now I am called Maul." Which is a bit weird to me, because, well, quite frankly, it just brings up a bit of an oddity that Talzin calls him Maul. Like, why does Talzin refer to her son by the name that was given to him by the Sith? And it's his Sith name. And she never tells him what his actual name is. That's really strange. Like, you'd think that she would remember it. She seems very angry at Sidious for taking Maul, and it just in general doesn't really make much sense, I feel. I almost feel like his name should have always been Maul, and then like that's what Talzin chose to name him. Like, his brother's name is Savage Opress. Like, the Knight brothers having such brutal names is an established thing that happens. So why not just say that Maul's name was always Maul? And so now you're implying that Maul had his name changed to Maul, much like Anakin's name changed to Vader, and Palpatine's name changed to Sidious, and Dooku's name changed to Tyrannus when they became Sith. Asterisk tells Dooku and Tyrannus, and Palpatine and Sidious, but still, like, they got a new name when they became Sith, but leaving Maul as just going by Maul, like, that is who Maul is, that is his real name. Like, that would fit with what we've been shown with Savage, and now that I think about it, it's actually part of the reason why Savage might have been called Savage, to make it Maul going by Maul for the rest of the show actually makes sense, because like that's just what he was told. He didn't have a quote-unquote true name and a Sith name. He just had a true name, and then that true name with the word Darth slapped on front. So, but now this is fairly explicitly saying that Maul's did have a true name, but he's just forgotten what it is, and now he goes by Maul. Now, I guess you could say he's again just trying to manipulate Ezra in that, but I don't know, it just feels like he's being genuine there. And now I'm just left confused going, why the hell doesn't he know what his actual name is? Before, I just assumed he was Maul. Like, that's what he was always called. or you didn't even think about it. But now they're explicitly bringing up the fact that he had a name before Maul, and yet somehow he doesn't know what that name is. And I have no idea what that could possibly be, or why he wouldn't know it. And yeah, I don't know. Moving on. Then, in the outside, an Inquisitor said he was hunting a shadow to Kanan and Ahsoka, which is obviously in reference to Maul, as I mentioned earlier. Then, when we cut back to Maul, he and Ezra are taking the Sith Holocron from the temple, and Maul catches Ezra with the Force as he's falling down, but he's very clearly dragging Ezra up by the Sith Holocron. Maul is clearly focused on the Holocron. Ezra's holding it up, and he's being dragged upwards. And then Maul grabs hold of the Holocron before he pulls Ezra up. So Maul's clearly in this moment thinking, do I want to keep this Jedi apprentice as my own? And eventually he decides that he does want to train Ezra in the ways of the Sith, or at least the dark side. Which shows that, Maul is still thinking about training another. He's still, in a way, following the rule of 2 Sith that Bane set up. And being the master to someone else's apprentice, trying to breed more Sith into the galaxy. To undermine, at this point, actually, the Empire, which is controlled by other Sith. No matter how much he says he's not a Sith, he is probably at this point still thinking very much like a Sith. And then he and Ezra emerge from the Sith temple and see Ahsoka and Kanan fighting the 3 Inquisitors. And he says, when Ahsoka recognizes him, "Oh, what fun, what fun." Showing that Maul still likes a good fight. Maul's always liked a good fight. That's why he's always so bantering and quippy during the fights during the Clone Wars. He likes having fun in a good old fight. That's where Twilight of the Apprentice Episode 1 closes and Episode 2 opens. And Ahsoka calls him Darth Maul. And he says, formerly Darth, now just Maul. And perhaps my actions speak louder than words, as he proceeds to 3v1 the Inquisitors. Admittedly, then Ahsoka and Kanan get in, but he does force the Inquisitors on the back foot throughout the fight when he's 3v1. And when Ahsoka and Kanan join in, the Inquisitors flee. And Maul tells Ahsoka that he is now playing the end game. He is working to make the Empire fall for his own reasons. Those reasons, of course, being that he is absolutely scared shitless of Palpatine. He does not want to live in a world in which Palpatine is in power and might come and get him and torture him. So, that seems fairly accurate. And then, as Vader is arriving, he identifies that he won't be able to defeat Vader, saying that he needs their help to take down Vader, or words to that effect. Because, Maul cannot defeat Vader at this point. He was hoping to take Vader out before he became Vader. I didn't even know if Maul knows that Vader is Anakin, but he probably does because of what he was able to sense in the prelude to the Siege of Mandalore. As they're walking around, they're trying to get to the top of the temple, and Maul keeps trying to separate Ezra from Kanan and Ahsoka so that he can corrupt Ezra into being his new apprentice. And they go up, up, and up the temple, and at one point he's got an Inquisitor force choked, and he's trying to urge Ezra to kill the Inquisitor in anger, but Ezra fails, chooses not to do so, and so Maul executes the Inquisitor himself, and then he tries to guilt trip Ezra for not killing the Inquisitor. He's once again just keeps trying to get his tentacles deeper and deeper into Ezra and make him fall to the dark side, make him become his apprentice, which will not work, of course, but he's trying. Then Maul sends Ezra off to go activate the temple before jumping down to save Ahsoka and Kanan from the 2 other Inquisitors, pushing back both Inquisitors, killing one, and as the third tries to escape, he falls to his death because his lightsaber spin helicopter blade thing was cut. Maul then calls Ezra his apprentice to the now newly blinded Kanan that he blinded, and then goes in for the kill, but Ahsoka stops at Maul before he does so, and Maul reveals that the temple is actually a battle station, which he will use to extract his revenge on all his enemies. And then he goes to fight the blinded Kanan, but Kanan tosses him off the edge of the temple, and that is the last we see of Maul in Season 2. And, well, yeah, I'm going to probably talk about this a bit more later, but Maul using just a generic Sith battle station temple planet thing to take out his enemies just doesn't feel right to me. I've covered this before, but Maul's about causing suffering, not about killing his enemies. And it's almost his fundamental flaw is that he doesn't realize that his enemies aren't like that. Especially with Palpatine. It's like, he assumed that Palpatine would want to torture him and he'd rather die. But when Palpatine does capture him the first time, Palpatine just lets him go to use him as a weapon against Talzin. And then the second time, Palpatine explicitly just orders the execution of Maul in Order 66. Like, Palpatine does not care about torturing Maul, whereas Maul just assumes Palpatine will want to torture him, because that's who Maul is. Maul only thinks of torture and suffering as the ultimate pain. And it's the one thing he actually hasn't learned from Sidious. Maul would never build a Death Star, because a Death Star is so impersonal and so final. It doesn't cause suffering, it just causes death. And Maul isn't about causing death, he's about causing suffering. And, well, this just misses that by having him want to activate a battle station to murder all his enemies. Anyways, on to Season 3. Maul's next appearance is in Holocrons of Fate, which opens with Kanan and Ezra going to investigate an attacked rebel ship, which the surviving crew say was attacked by red blades, leading us to very temporarily think that it was attacked by some Inquisitors. But it was actually attacked by Maul, who pretty much as soon as they're done investigating the ship, communicates with them and says, "Hey, by the way, I've captured the rest of your ghost crew." And the ghost itself. And Maul tells Ezra that he betrayed his friends, but he would have remained loyal to Ezra. Which, yeah, Maul would probably have remained loyal to Ezra if he joined up with Maul. Maul doesn't seem to be much of the backstabby type. Even with Pre-Vizsla back in the Clone Wars, who he was fully expecting to betray him, Maul was still fully willing to work with Vizsla right up until Vizsla actively betrayed him. So, yeah, that seems very consistent with Maul. And then he sends off Ezra and Kanan to go find the Jedi Holocron and the Sith Holocron as well, and bring them to Maul. And while they're off doing that, he has a chat with the Ghost crew, starting mainly with Hera, who he asks for a tour of their home, or, well, a tour of a ghost ship, which he realizes during the tour is their home. And as such, the Holocron very well might be there. And in fact, the Jedi Holocron is there, and he manipulates Hera into telling him the location of it, and then he steals it. He also invades Hera's mind and finds out that Kanan's true name is Caleb Doom, which is just showing Maul has even more powers than we'd ever seen him have before. Actually, no, that's not true. I guess it is technically true in that as of this point in real life, we had not seen Maul invade people's minds. However, we do previously see him do that with Jesse's mind back in Season 7 of Clone Wars in the universe timeline. Then Maul is trying to force open the Holocron, but is failing to do so because you need to use Jedi Force techniques and be calm while you're doing so, which Maul is not very good at because he's been trained by the dark side, and that is all he knows and all he cares about is dark side and power. He doesn't know about the more calm focus techniques that the Jedi use. While he's doing that, the ghost crew tries to break free. Well, I guess technically they do break free for a very brief time before Maul just recaptures them. The ghost crew did try to take advantage of his metallic legs, but it really was not a good idea to try and take out Maul. He is, Darth Maul. He's quite good at this sort of thing. And they're just three random people who aren't very well trained. Kanan was there, maybe did have a chance, but he's not. Then Maul takes the ghost to his hangar in an asteroid base or something, where he's got his special Mandalorian starfighter sitting around that he used in the Son of Dathomir comics and will continue to use for a little bit, and eventually gets taken over. I'm jumping ahead of myself there. Then Kanan and Ezra show up to his asteroid base, and he sends Ezra off to the bridge and brings Kanan with him, telling him, "Over here, Master Jedi, just follow the sound of my voice." Because he blinded Kanan, and now he's mocking it and throwing it back in Kanan's face. Because he thinks that Kanan is suffering in his blindness, when in reality Kanan is learning to live with it and through the Force, as Maul once again shows that he doesn't actually properly understand how lightsiders work. And he thinks that everybody thinks like he does. Maul then attacks Kanan, tossing him out the airlock, but Kanan barely manages to survive and force himself in, which Maul doesn't realize yet, because he's gone off to go investigate Ezra. And as he approaches Ezra, he orders his droid guards to go execute the prisoners. And then he joins up with Ezra, and they open the Jedi and Sith holocrons that match them to combine their powers and learn the secrets of the Sith and the Jedi, or knowledge. Merging two holocrons gives you knowledge. Ezra is seeking to destroy the Sith with the knowledge they gain from the holocrons, and Maul is searching for hope. It's not really entirely clear what Maul was looking for in all this, but what he does see from Ezra searching for a way to destroy the Sith is, the way to destroy the Sith is via Luke, and Luke is with Kenobi. So Maul has seen Kenobi. But as he's searching in, Maul looking for hope, whatever he means by that, he goes, "I see nothing, only oblivion, I must go deeper." And then they go in, they keep pushing it, and then Maul says, "I see him." And Ezra says, "Twin sons." So Maul has clearly seen Kenobi, and now he has returned to his obsession with the Jedi who cut him in half and killed him-ish. Maul must now go seek out this Jedi Master. As the connection gets broken, as the rest of the Ghost crew show up, Maul then flees, saying he lives, very giddily as he escapes in his fighter with a new sense of determination and a new purpose to destroy Kenobi and make Kenobi suffer. Maul's penultimate appearance is in the episode Visions and Voices, and it opens with Maul calling out to Ezra through the Force, sending him visions, pretending that he is everywhere around Ezra. And I think he makes him attack one of the crew members of the rebel crew. But it might be in the next time Maul appears. I don't remember which one that was. Pretty sure it's this one. And then Ezra goes off to the Bendu to... I forget why they go to the Bendu, but they do go to the Bendu. And then Maul shows up there, having found the base through memories implanted by the broken connection between Ezra and Maul during the previous episode. And Maul threatens to reveal the location of... Is it called Chopper Base? I'm going to call it Chopper Base. If Ezra does not come with Maul to... Well, we don't quite know just yet. And then Maul... So Maul takes Ezra with him. And Maul tells Ezra that his family was destroyed for being a threat to the Empire, which, yeah, that's true enough. And Maul is again trying to build a connection with Ezra and try and claim that they're one and the same, even if they're not. And he's trying to make Ezra fall to the dark side once more. Yeah, because of course Ezra's family was also murdered by the Empire. Forget why. I haven't rewatched Rebels. Mostly, I've only rewatched the 5 episodes Maul appears in. But yes, Ezra's family was murdered by the Empire. Maul's family was murdered kind of by the Empire. And Maul's trying to bring a connection with Ezra through that shared trauma. Maul's taking Ezra off to Dathomir, to the Night Sister Temple, where he tries to merge his mind with Ezra's using Night Sister magics so they can figure out what they were both searching for. Maul now wants to know where Kenobi is. We also see during this that Maul has a collection of artifacts from when his power was greater, which really brings up a big point, and one thing I really wish they'd actually bother to explain, which is why does Maul no longer have power? Especially given his appearance in Solo, where he is shown to have power in the world of the Empire. And even in Season 7, which admittedly came out a lot later, it's shown that Maul was preparing to have power in the post-Republic world. So what happened to all of that? And it's never really explained. We just encounter him as an old man on Malachor. But what happened to his power? What caused Maul to no longer be the grand architect of power? I mean, presumably he was attacked by the Empire in some way, but it's never really said or shown. Maybe it's something Shadow Lord will cover when it reaches Season 5, but I have no faith Shadow Lord will last that long, sadly. But hopefully it will. Anyways, he then establishes the connection with Ezra, and during the connection we hear him all saying, "Where is he? I see, I understand. Of course, it ends where it began, a desert planet with 2 suns." Which is, well, honestly, why a desert planet with 2 suns? Does Maul say that's where it began? I guess that's where he first tracked Kenobi down to. But he didn't fight Kenobi on Tatooine. He only fought Kenobi in Phantom Menace on Naboo. He fought he fought Qui-Gon on Tatooine. And I don't even know if he ever saw Kenobi on Tatooine. I mean, he presumably knew Kenobi was there because Kenobi was with Qui-Gon, and the whole reason he was going there was to track them down. But still, just weird that you say that's where it all began, when that's not where it all began. Maul's obsession with Kenobi would have began on Naboo. Did you watch for Phantom Menace before you wrote Maul's lines? I know you didn't watch for Clone Wars before you wrote most of them, but did you not even bother watching the Phantom Menace? Or remember what happened in it? And just think that he and Kenobi had any interaction on Naboo, on Tatooine? Because they didn't. It doesn't make sense that you say that's where it all began. I understand why you have to go to Tatooine, because that's where Kenobi has to be, because Kenobi's never left Tatooine since the end of Revenge of the Sith. Kenobi show? What's that? Never heard of it. Then, after the connection has been established, he tells Ezra that the Night Sisters demand bodies in exchange for the magical powers they've been given, and Maul gives them Kanan and Sabine, who had followed them in there, and then he and Ezra are able to escape. And Maul tells Ezra, "Our futures converge on a planet with 2 suns. We can walk that path together as friends, as brothers." Maul once again trying to convince Ezra to follow the dark side, abandon his friends, give in to darkness. And again, he's trying, much like he did with Ahsoka in the Siege of Mandalore, he's trying to give in, make Ezra believe that it's doing what Ezra wants, by giving him, saying, "Hey, if you do this bad thing, it will also be what you're looking for." And, well, once again, it fails to work. But what I think is really interesting here is that Maul says, we can do this as brothers. And that is all Savage ever wanted from Maul, was Maul to be his brother. And Maul has, in his time, reflected on that and realized that he was not good for Savage. He was not Savage's brother, he was Savage's master, and that was a mistake. I mean, now, you could definitely argue that the rest of how Maul's been acting doesn't really line up with that interpretation of Maul's psychology, but it could. Certainly not actively against that interpretation. Like, yes, Maul's trying to convince Ezra to fall, and it feels like Maul's just kind of playing his old playbook a lot throughout this. But I don't know. I really just want Maul to have actually cared about the death of Savage and been impacted by it at all. And this is honestly the closest we ever get to seeing Maul actually have reflected upon the death of Savage. I've heard rumors that, again, Shadow Lord will have Maul reflecting on it. So fingers crossed for that. But I don't like the track record they've given him. Even in the Son of Dathomir comic, where it would have been super easy to have Maul reflect upon the death of Savage, Savage doesn't even get a mention, not even an indirect one. But anyways, Ezra refuses to join with Maul and runs back into the Night Sister cave, and Maul goes, well, screw you, I've got a Kenobi to hunt. And off to hunt a Kenobi he goes. Now I feel like I want to do a nice brief little pause to talk about how Rebels has treated Maul so far for its first 4 episodes. Because, well, Twin Suns is about to do its thing. And honestly, so far, it hasn't been horrible with Maul. It does show a bit of what I was really hoping there to be more of with him, caring about Savage. I get this isn't really Maul's show, and explaining who Savage is would take up a decent amount of time, so you can't really do that. So, like, just getting to one brief mention is good enough. I would have liked to see Maul be more impacted by loss of Savage. But again, that's also something I kind of feel like was a problem with, especially Son of Dathomir, but to a lesser extent, the Siege of Mandalore. Although the Siege of Mandalore, I feel, gets passed because Maul is consumed by this rising fear at the rise of Palpatine. That excuse doesn't so much hold water in Rebels as the surging well of the dark side isn't active. He doesn't have as much an immediate thing to be thinking about here. And like they do enough on that. I'd just like to see Maul more reflective upon that and his mistakes with Savage, especially if they're going to include the line of we could have been brothers. If you want to just say that Maul has sort of repressed Savage entirely, then that would work too. But if you're going to have Maul specifically call out his connection with Savage in a way like this, maybe this is just Maul not. They didn't even think about it, and they just went, oh, like brothers, like friends. Yeah, that's a thing that someone might say. And they're not even thinking about Savage when they wrote that. Which would be sad, because that's honestly, in isolation, one of my favourite lines from Maul in this. But without Maul acting like he's reflecting upon the mistakes he's made with Savage, he's once again just trying to take someone who's good, someone who's like Savage honestly probably would be, and corrupt him and turn to the dark side, which is the exact opposite of what he should be learning and doing if he's truly caring about his interactions post-Savage. What can you do? The other instance where I feel like they failed Maul is, as I mentioned earlier, with him trying to reactivate the Sith Temple super weapon thing. Like, that would just cause death, it won't cause suffering. And they don't ever try and explain why Maul is now looking to cause the death of his enemies, not the suffering of his enemies. Causing the suffering of Maul's enemies is fundamental to his character in Clone Wars. Like, honestly, at this point, I'm jumping a bit ahead of myself here, but the only thing Maul brings to the table in Rebels that is could not have been filled by a generic Red Blade Inquisitor who was sent after Kenobi and failed to get him. Is one, the fanbase knows who he is, and two, he has a Darksaber. That is it. Other than that, this character doesn't really feel like Maul on a fundamental level. Like, Clone Wars Maul, you can draw direct connections between how he was in the Phantom Menace to the character traits they created for him in the Clone Wars. There's no similar connective tissue with him in Rebels. Like, as I've mentioned, they even took like small, like Maul just leaving Qui-Gon stabbed and dying out, suffering, and that kind of just expanded into part of his whole thing about wanting to make his enemies suffer. And similarly, like, his unending hatred of Kenobi became fundamental. Maul's iconic line in Phantom Menace is about revenge, and that became fundamental to his character. Like, they took the small traits of who he was. They even took the aspect that Maul is a being whose mere existence is to be feared, and they pushed that up with Brothers and with the opening of, I forget what this episode is, the penultimate episode of season 7. Like, the existence of Maul is something to be feared, and that was core to how he was portrayed in Phantom Menace, and it was used brilliantly in Clone Wars as well. Maul's existence is not something to be feared in this. If anything, it's something to be pitied by the end of it. He just sort of exists in Rebels. He doesn't exist to be feared. He just is there. And it's just sad. I wish Maul was more. I wish Maul was done better than this. Does Rebels as a whole really deserve to be called a desecration of Maul? Honestly, probably not. But there is one episode left. And, well, that's the Twin Sons of it all, isn't it? Twin Sons opens with Maul in the desert of Tatooine saying, "Lost, I am lost, and yet I can feel his presence so close, so close. I can see him in my mind's eye. Kenobi! Kenobi!" So we see now that Maul has become completely obsessed with Kenobi once again. He knows that Kenobi is close. He can feel it, but he cannot find Kenobi. He's searching this planet for Kenobi. Then, as he's wandering around the desert, he says, "Will it end here like this? No, no, I must draw Kenobi out, tempt his noble heart. But how? How? I know. Oh, I know." And then he reveals he's got a small corner of the Sith holocron still. So Maul is now once again going to use his favorite trick to hunt down Jedi, which is to cause the suffering of innocence. And, well, how is he going to do that? He's going to drag out Ezra to the desert by sending him visions and voices to lure out Ezra, taunting Ezra, make him go to Tatooine to try and save Kenobi from Maul, warn Kenobi that Maul is coming. And once he does so, he waits for some Tuskens to destroy Ezra's ship before Maul kills them, because he doesn't want Ezra to die. He just wants him to be stranded here. And Maul is continuing to taunt Ezra with visions and voices to get him to wander in the desert and go mad and lure out Kenobi. And eventually Kenobi finds Ezra and takes him and sends him on his way. And then Maul shows up. And after Ezra leaves and Maul tells him that they'll meet again, effectively, Maul then focuses fully on Kenobi in what might well be the single worst scene in this entire show. And the only reason I say might is because the world between worlds exists. If it wasn't for that piece of trash, this would easily be the worst scene of the show. But anyways, it starts with Maul, or rather, it starts with Kenobi saying it seems the only one who has gained anything from all this, referring to Ezra coming out here and Kenobi finding him. And then Maul says, me, finishing Kenobi's sentence. And then they send Ezra packing, and Maul tells Kenobi, look at what has become of you, a rat in the desert. I have come to kill you, but perhaps it is worse to leave you here, festering in your squalor. Which, I cannot stress enough how much of a fundamental misunderstanding of Maul's character this is. Maul's character in the Clone Wars was very carefully built to not want to kill Kenobi. He was built to want to make Kenobi suffer. And now here Maul is saying, oh, I am here to kill you. It might be better to make you suffer, but it might not be. And also, it's not better for me to make you suffer. It's better for me to leave you here suffering. He assumes, of course, that Kenobi is suffering out here in the desert, and that he hasn't yet realized why Kenobi is out here in the desert. But that's another point. Maul is not all-knowing, that's fine. But Maul thinking that killing Kenobi is the best thing is so fundamentally wrong. As he mentioned to Kenobi, as he mentioned to Savage, when Savage suggested, do we kill Kenobi now? Maul said, no, as if Savage was an idiot for even suggesting that they kill Kenobi. And now Maul's just going, oh, hey, I came here to kill you. Maul, having repeatedly said in Clone Wars, I do not want to kill you. At least not until I've made you suffer repeatedly and endlessly, like Maul has suffered because of Kenobi's actions. And we have seen nothing that would suggest that Maul would not continue to want to make Kenobi suffer. And yet, Maul no longer wants to make Kenobi suffer, he just wants to kill Kenobi. And perhaps it's better that Maul just leaves Kenobi here, in his squalor, festering, which feels like it's adjacent to what Maul should want, but of course, Maul's just saying, I should leave you here to suffer, not I should cause you to suffer while here. Maul isn't even trying to be the one making Kenobi suffer. He's just saying, oh yeah, you can suffer, that's fine. No, Maul wants to make Kenobi suffer. Make Kenobi suffer for all the things Kenobi has made Maul suffer for. Then Kenobi responds, if you define yourself by your power to take life, to dominate, to possess, then you have nothing. And, well, yes, Kenobi, you're right. That Maul does have nothing, and because he defines himself that way. You've done a good job, Kenobi. Your character's not being ruined by this. Just Maul's. Then Maul responds to that with, then what would you have? Why have you come to this place? Not simply to hide. No, you have a purpose here. Perhaps you're protecting something. No, protecting someone. Maul has realized why Kenobi is here. Kenobi must have a purpose if he's out here. He would not be out here merely to be out here in the hiding in the desert, festering in the squalor. No, Kenobi must have a purpose out here. What that purpose is, Maul is yet to figure out, but he knows, but he's sensing through Kenobi's mind that Kenobi is protecting someone. And he will go on to realize that this must be the chosen one. But he's just piecing that together right now. And, well, hey, Maul, you're doing well there. Yeah, I guess. Then Kenobi ignites his lightsaber, and he starts off in the Ewan McGregor Clone Wars pose, before moving into the Alec Guinness A New Hope pose, before finally ending in Qui-Gon Jinn's Phantom Menace pose, which, if you listen to Sam Witwer, is designed to bait Maul out into attacking much like he attacked Qui-Gon. I would dispute that theory because it makes no sense to me, because I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but the fight in which Maul fights Qui-Gon, but since the last time Qui-Gon even vaguely enters that pose, and I'm being very generous there. I think the last time he actually enters that pose was pretty much at the beginning of the fight. There are 5 blows across the clash of the lightsaber before Maul kills Qui-Gon. In this fight, there are 2 blows before Obi-Wan kills Maul. And so, yes, I understand the vague sense of symbolism, but no, that just doesn't add up. Also, Maul's obsession is not with Qui-Gon. Maul doesn't give a shit about Qui-Gon. Maul cares about Kenobi. He hates Kenobi. His focus is on Kenobi. If you told me Maul had forgotten that pose that Qui-Gon took, I'd believe you more. Like, Qui-Gon only entered that pose, I think, realistically, 3 times max. Because I don't think he entered it on Tatooine, because that fight was too quick of a start. He entered it at the start of the fight on Naboo. He entered it very briefly, very close to the start of that fight, when Maul's jumped across a bridge, and then Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are about to jump across the gap to meet him. And then he does not enter it after the ray shield part of the fight, because he's still in meditation there, and he just pounces straight into the fight there. But then, more than halfway through that post-ray shield fight, he entered the pose incredibly briefly, and that's when we get the 5 blows to result in Qui-Gon's death, which versus the 2 blows to result in Maul's death here. So Maul would barely even really associate that pose with Qui-Gon, honestly. Like, why? I get the symbolism, I get what they're trying to go for, and if I actually liked this episode, I'd go, oh yeah, that's a neat detail with it. But there's so many fundamental issues with this episode that just does not add to it. It detracts from it, as I now go, yeah, no, but that doesn't make sense. Like, I actually look at it and go, okay, like, watch that scene, then watch the scene in the Phantom Menace, and tell me in all honesty that Maul would care that Qui-Gon entered the pose there and was thinking about that. And watch literally any part of the Clone Wars or Rebels or Solo or probably even Shadow Lord when that comes out, and tell me that Maul gives a shit about Qui-Gon. And if you can honestly tell me that yes, Maul gives a shit about Qui-Gon, or yes, Maul would have recognized that pose and thought about it and go, oh yes, you're doing the Qui-Gon pose, I shall therefore do the Qui-Gon thing to you, then and I guess maybe I'd relent on this point. It's not even really the main point I'm making here, but yeah, it just doesn't work. It's the kind of small detail that would make me go, yes, this fight is even better than I thought it was. Except the fight is 2 blows long. Plus the third one if you count with Darth Maul. 2 lightsaber clashes long. I'm not joking. This is a character who was literally created to have a cool fight. And then he dies in the single lamest fight in all of Star Wars. Like, just straight up. The single lamest fight in all of Star Wars is the death of Darth Maul. If you had told anyone that, leading into the Twin Sons episode, that Darth Maul would die in a lightsaber fight that involved 2 clashes of a lightsaber, they would laugh in your face because you're a stupid fucking idiot for even suggesting that as a possibility. And yet, Twin Sons is, I think, the 5th highest rated episode of Rebels. It has a 9.3, I think, on IMDb. And it is an episode about Darth Maul where it fundamentally misunderstands who Darth Maul is as a character. It fundamentally misunderstands why Darth Maul exists within the story. I'm also getting my head of myself a bit there, by the way. And it fundamentally misunderstands why Maul is cool and why people fell in love with Maul. I think this was, 2015? So 16 years ago. Like, why? Like, Maul exists to have a cool lightsaber fight, and you kill him without one. And it's not even meant to be like a subversion of expectations or anything. Like, Sam Witwer, I'm going to that because that is, as far as I can tell, A, very popular explanation, and B, someone who's actively defending it and very well known for defending it, at least as far as I'm aware. And like he says, like, oh yeah, like this is cool, and Kenobi is just going, okay, I'm in Jedi Master mode. I need to kill this man before he becomes a threat. And like, yeah, okay, I get that, but couldn't you have had a cool fight? We've seen that Maul is still at the top of his game just a season prior in the Phantom Apprentice, Twilight of the Apprentice. But now, in his next lightsaber fight, because, yes, by the way, he does not have a single lightsaber fight in the entirety of Season 3, except for this one. Didn't count how many times his lightsaber clashed in Season 2 of Rebels. But I have to guess, in the entirety of Rebels' 5-episode run, he has less than 10 lightsaber clashes. I haven't done the math. I might actually do this and then write in the number or splice in the number. But I wouldn't be surprised if his clash was pre-Vizsla in season 5 had more lightsaber clashes than his entirety of his Rebels appearance. Again, I haven't done the math. I will probably cut in with the answer to that. I might be wrong. His fight with Darth Sidious definitely did. But like, I'm comparing a single fight to 5 episodes of television. And Maul does not clash lightsabers in the original run of the Clone Wars. And I think, is it just 2 episodes that he appears in, of course? Which is Brothers, which it's arguable if he even really appears in that episode. Like, he's still a madman. He doesn't even touch the lightsaber by the end of that. And the first episode of the Mandalore arc, whichever one that was called. And like, both of those, but then the next episode to both of those episodes is a large, epic lightsaber clash. That, because after Brothers, we have, I forget what the final episode of season 4 was called, but he has a cool fight he has a 2v2 fight against Kenobi and Ventress, and then following the rest of both the following episodes of the Mandalore arc, he has a cool clash with first Vizsla, then Palpatine, and even if we bring in the Son of Dathomir comics, in the first episode of that, he has a clash with Grievous. In the second episode, I don't think he actually has a lightsaber fight in the second episode of Son of Dathomir. In the third one, he has a fight with he 4v2 some Jedi. In the fourth episode of that, he takes on Grievous and has a fight against Sidious and Dooku with the help of Talzin. He's constantly doing action elements. Rebels is a different show to Clone Wars. But why oh why, Maul? Why'd you go out in such a lame way? Anyways, back to where I was with Kenobi igniting his lightsaber. After Kenobi does that, they have a stare down, then Maul rushes at Kenobi. The lightsabers clash twice, like I said. Kenobi cuts straight down the middle of Maul's blade as Maul goes for his move he pulled against Qui-Gon. And yeah, he does pull the move against Qui-Gon, but again, I'm saying I don't really understand why Maul would be so focused on that. That just feels like it's more Maul's move that Kenobi took advantage of. Even though Maul never used that move for the entirety of the Clone Wars, but that's another point entirely again. And then, in Maul's dying breath, by the way, they never actually show Maul with a single cut on him for some reason. Yeah, I to this day, I do not know why Maul died. Is it that Kenobi cut him with his lightsaber? Because there is no actual evidence of that. The only damage Maul's shown to sustain is that his lightsaber's cut in half. I dare say the cut went down Maul's chest with Kenobi's lightsaber, but all we see is Maul has his lightsaber cut in half, then he falls over dying. They don't even show Maul dying properly. Whatever. And then in Maul's dying moments, he says, "Tell me, is he the chosen one? To which Kenobi responds, he is. To which Maul says, he will avenge us. And then Maul dies happy. And I repeat once more, Maul dies happy. Do I need to say that a third time? Maul dies happy. Like, how the fuck do you do that? Those 3 words should never be spoken. Maul is a villain to his core. He's a being filled with rage. His arc throughout Rebels is not even about giving that up. Like, if Maul's story in Rebels was about abandoning the dark side and then dying, much like Vader dies at the end of Return of the Jedi. Like that, I could see, like, yes, Maul dies happy because he's given up on his rage, he's given up on his hatred, but no, his dying words are even saying, we will have revenge, we will be avenged. He's still clearly consumed by those dark side thoughts. He's still clearly consumed by the same things that make him a villain. And have driven him to madness and hatred. So, Maul is evil. Like, he should not be dying happy, either from a narrative perspective or a character perspective, or like what he's supposed to say within the confines of the story. Maul is the villain. Maul is someone who cannot give up on his rage, cannot give up on his hatred, cannot give up on all the negative aspects of himself. Maul is evil incarnate, and evil incarnate should not die happy. Like you don't have the truly evil beings dying happy, or at least you don't have them dying happily and contently. Right? You can have them like die cackling, thinking they've won, and being happy that way, when as a bit of irony. But no, Maul's death is supposed to be a somber, pitiful moment as he's dying happy, but he's still thinking of revenge. This is just such a fundamental misunderstanding of everything Maul is and represents. He is true evil, someone who can't give up on his rage, and yet he dies happy. He's the villain of the story, and yet he dies content. And he dies happy. Why does he die happy, though? He dies happy because someone will get his revenge. But who will get his revenge? Someone trained by Kenobi. A Jedi trained by Kenobi will kill Sidious. And that is what causes Maul to die happily. Which, no. First off, a Jedi killing Sidious would not cause Sidious to suffer. As I have said, Maul is all about suffering. That's the fundamental aspect of his character. So he wants to cause the suffering. And while, yes, he can't cause suffering on Sidious himself, he's not powerful enough to do so. So I will accept him not wanting to do that himself because he can't. And knowing that someone that's not going to cause Sidious to suffer will kill Sidious and just let him die does not compute with who Maul is as a character. Then, not only is it someone who's not don't cause Sidious to suffer, it's someone who's trained by Kenobi. Maul thinks that dies happy knowing that Kenobi will win. Kenobi will win makes Maul happy. How did this episode start? Let's even go back that short a distance to see how Maul should think about Kenobi winning. What is Maul doing at the start of his episode? He is crying out to Kenobi in anger, searching for the man who caused him suffering, trying to kill him. Because Kenobi is consuming Maul's mind with hatred and fear, and his need, not fear, but hatred and his need for revenge is focused on Kenobi. And to go back to that Sam Witwer interview I was talking about before, or maybe, I don't think it was just one interview, I think he said it across multiple things. Maul's realized in his death that the true enemy is not Kenobi, it is Sidious. And to an extent, yes, I agree with that. Maul's true enemy is Sidious, but Sidious is the one Maul fears. Kenobi is the one Maul hates. Those are two different emotions. And I guess in the end they're saying Maul's fear trumps Maul's hate. And so Maul dies happy because his fear will go away. But no, I guess, but that still doesn't. Maul should not want his Just because his fears don't go away doesn't mean the person who he hates, the person whose the pure hatred of kept him alive, is going to get revenge on, going to kill someone, like, and get the win. Like, how do you have Maul dying happy because Kenobi's going to win? I hate Twin Suns. Why is this episode popular? Why is this episode liked? And as I mentioned earlier, Maul came here trying to kill Kenobi, which is, again, as I said, a fundamental misunderstanding of who Maul is. Maul causes suffering. He doesn't want to kill. He wants to suffer. He said that explicitly multiple times in the Clone Wars. And yet, what do they do in this episode? They have Maul want to kill and be happy when the person who he wants to cause suffering to the most is going to get the win in the end. That just does not compute with Maul's character. And this episode is why I honestly believe, at its core, Maul being replaced in this arc with a generic Red Blade former Inquisitor is infinitely better as a characterization. Infinitely better. This character is not Maul. He was verging on not being Maul in the rest of Rebels, but now he has been truly desecrated as a character. This is no longer Maul. This is no longer the character that I love in the Clone Wars, the greatest villain in Star Wars. And yes, I am saying that. The being of pure hatred and malice who goes through so much and is still consumed by his hatred and fear. This is not the end of Darth Maul. The end of Darth Maul should be one filled with rage and failing, and Kenobi killing him in his rage, putting down the monster that has become consumed by his hatred of Kenobi, and would go on to destroy the galaxy, or destroy the hope of the galaxy by killing Luke if Kenobi did not do so. The death of Maul should not be pitiable. The death of Maul should not be sad. Maul should not die happy. Maul should not die content. Maul should die in a fit of rage and anger, demanding that all those who have wronged him suffer. Not, he will avenge us and die with a smile on his face.